Well, good evening. Welcome back to VP4 TV. We're here for Friday Night 9 ball, but we have a match on the one-loss side in the VP4 2023 Virtual 9 Ball World Championships that's taking place at the moment. And it's between Nick from Bulgaria, I think, and Bobby Barris, who has the USA flag. And at the moment, Nick has a 4-2 lead. Bobby Barris has a chance to narrow that gap. Just while we're watching this, we are half an hour away from Friday Night 9 ball, and the good news there is that Friday Night 9 ball is full, another full field of 16. In fact, what we'll do is have a quick look and see what the bracket looks like. We've got Gunnett against Bankster, Larry against John Boo, Stefan against VP Monster, Chimpy against Miskin, Sergresh against Tommy, DJ Redo against Semi Pro, One Pocket Slim against Spectre Dawn. So there's our first match, and Brain Fill Out against Travelling TT. So that's the draw for the tournament when it goes live at the top of the hour. Meanwhile, Bobby Barris has got himself on the 9. This is not a difficult cut. That's well done. So, just the one in it. Two ball goes into the side. He's on the 1. 3's handy in the left. 4 is handy on the right side. And 5 is wide open as well. Then the 6, and then the problem starts. That's 7 ball. A quick look. That's it's not a combo. That would have to be made, and you'd have to be really good on it to get it. And obviously from this side, from the short side, you can get to the 7. But that's a big ask. Now, ideally he wants to miss this 5 ball. Never 100% sure where the cue ball's really going to end up. But he's got to make sure now that he gets into the cue ball to avoid the scratch in the top right hand corner pocket. Doesn't want to hit the 6 either. That could cause a disaster. Well, he's decided against it and played the safety, which, considering where the 7 ball was, is maybe not a bad move. And he's hoping for a better opportunity here. Well, he's got it now because the 7's now wide open and he's on the 4 after Nick's kick and hope to try and get safe. So this is a, well, I was going to say wide open. I don't know why I didn't see the 9 ball. I think I was too busy looking at where the 5 was. Well, I take it all back. The 7 obviously isn't wide open. I don't know what made me think that. For a second there I was blind on the 9 ball. I may well have thought that was a cue ball. I think that's my usual mistake. But he could bump the 7 here, but no knowing where it's going, that's the problem. He could try and drop in behind it. It might go up table. It does, but that's very, very delicate. Well, he's got a bump, but he's got no joy. Well, he might have a bank though. Can he get enough of it? He certainly can. He can get a bank, and he can also try and duck for cover here if he's want to play a two-way shot. Well, he didn't get the bank, and he didn't get the cover. But it's still a tough shot here for Nick. And he's either going to go forward or he's going to come back here. It looks as if he's coming back. No, he's going forward. I read that wrong as well. So it looks as if Nick's going to defend his lead, take it back to 2. Remember, this one lost side is a race to 13. And I think Nick's come up dry. Well, the 1 obviously goes up table, 2's over the side. Now he'd have to either run the cue ball up and down to get on this 3, or draw back to get on the 3. Well, that's sort of a bit in no man's land. Let's have a look. I mean, he can cut it in, or he can dink it up the rail. He's got to watch the pace in the cue ball though, and he hasn't got into it enough. But he can play the combo. This is not. It's unlikely that the 6 will hold in the jaw, even if he just catches the 6. I think the 6 is far enough into the pocket. He's not stunned at, he's actually ended up drawing it. Again, the execution is just what's letting Bobby down there. He actually had draw in it rather than stun. That's why the cue ball just spun away from the 6 there. And Nick's going to probably steal this one as well. Little mistakes and little execution errors are what will probably catch Bobby Barris out long term. It's certainly looking like it's going to cost him another rack. When he got himself back to, what was it, within 1 there, he was staying in touch. So just a mild threat that it's going to stretch away from him here. But things can still change. Bobby has to be taking everything that he can get. Well, I think the angle is good to stun the 7 in and go over on the short side of the 8 ball to take it in that top left hand corner pocket. And that'll pretty much do it. So the lead is going to go to 3, and Bobby just has to try and stay in touch. 8 ball goes into the side, 5 ball's going to drop in as well, I think. Nope, it stays up, but it's a dead set combo. I don't know that Nick can see it. He can get the 1. He just needs to touch this in and stay there with the cue ball so he can get the 1. Now he's he's going to have to use the 8 ball, because he's going to be colliding with it to come back up the table. No, he managed to avoid it. I thought he was going to catch it there. That's even better. So this looks as if, to continue the run, it's definitely going to have to be the 7-8 combo, and that looks pretty much dead set. There's no missing that if you get decent on it, and where the 6 ball is a good opportunity to do that. You can cut the 3 and come across the right side of the 6 and you'll be fine. So he's having a look at the combo, but the only thing is he's just slightly the wrong side of the 6. It just means he's running a wee bit higher up the table, unless he puts left English in this to check the cue ball. He's just letting it run, but you know, he can't be missing this. This is it's too easy. So the lead opens further. Now goes to 4. He'll be back in a wee sec. Just get my plug in the lobby, if I can remember what buttons to press. So Nick is off and running in rack number 11. 2 ball has got plenty of room past the 9. And that's perfect, that stunt. That's going to land reasonably good in the 3. He's got the angle to come up this side here. He needs to go far enough to get that 3. I think if he just lets the cue ball run, he can't leave it short. He has to get it down to here to play the 4 if he's going to do that. It's a wee bit dicey. It's all down to touch. Oh, I think he's just got enough of it. I think he can just tweak this cue ball if he needs to slightly, but I think he's got enough. It's always tricky just to drop through into that small area, but he's got it. And well, he's got a choice: 5 up table or 5 into the side. I'd be more inclined to go up table because it's better odds. It's a bigger gap to get the cue ball in the hole, and that's well done. I mean, not the cue ball, the object ball. So we've joined this match now really as Nick is beginning to pull away here. And it's going to be a 5 rack gap, but only a race to 13. Oh, I haven't. I'm back using XSplit Gamecaster, and just check my little doodle's working, which it is. You're streaming the. Well, no, I just started to stream a little bit earlier just to catch some of this match. It'll be your match that's up first, Slim. In case you don't know who you're playing, I'll give you 2 guesses. Or did I get that right? Let me think. I'm trying to remember who it is again. Yeah, it is. You're playing Spectre Dawn. Well, when I joined this, there was like 1 rack in it. I think Nick was 4-3 up or something like that. And as soon as I've joined the room, Bobby Barris has not really contributed anything. And he's not had an awful lot of opportunities either. That's partly the reason. He did have a chance to steal a rack, but couldn't get it done. Well, Bobby out with the jump stick. The 5 ball is in a slightly awkward spot. I mean, it will combo onto the 9 up into the top corner pocket. It's a bit dicier getting into that gap for the 5 down into the bottom left corner pocket. Well, I think Nick can go for cover here somewhere down in the corner where the 7 ball is, behind the 8 and the 6. Or he can play the thin cut across the table if he's going all out for it. He looks as if he's cutting it the other way. Yeah, he's cutting it to the right. And that's well done. Cue ball needs to just slow up though. It just kept running. I mean, he did his best to get into the gap there to get on that 5. But he's hung the 4. Now, Bobby has got a tough one here. Coming out of that pocket, he can only obviously draw it. Well, he's got to go for the combo. He couldn't be sitting much better on it. And he's got to get this 5 flush onto the 9 because the 9 is very close to the rail. He's got to get it sweet. And he has to play it at a pace where he's either making sure it's going in or he's making sure if it rattles in the jaws it comes out and goes somewhere. And that's well done. So that breaks the flow. And Bobby Barris back to within 4 needs to do something here. But he's getting no joy in the break, I don't think. Although he is safe. And it's more than likely going to be a push out. Now Bobby has that choice of either playing the shot or putting Nick back in. I wonder if he's trying to bank this back up towards the 8. Well, he hasn't hit that with the pace to get it to hold a line. So now Nick has the first problem to deal with, the 1 ball. I mean, it's got barely half a pocket, and from the angle that you're trying to cut this at, it is not easy. And that's a well played shot. He used the rail, caught the back of the 8, and the ball still went in. And he's lying fairly straight in the 2 ball. He might have enough. Oh, no, he's got an angle. He can check the cue ball with left English and still come up the table if he wants to play that 3 into the corner. He's trying to play it into the side. But the problem with that shot, though, is that he's heading. The cue ball wants to head away from the 3, but I think he can still pot this and draw this maybe with a wee bit of bottom left, just to sort of deflect the cue ball sort of back that way slightly. Well, maybe if he did, he wouldn't have caught the 9. But this is still a reasonable enough shot, I think. I think it's it's off the rail. Shouldn't have a problem cutting this in. Just about the pace in the cue ball again, so that the cue ball comes back into play and has a sight on the 5 ball. Loads of room to get in the 5. And again, trying to just stop it from running down. See, he had all the room to run down the table here and back up the table. But he's now the wrong side of the 5. But again, loads of room. As long as he can find a path avoiding the 9 ball. Now, I think he can stun this in, go to the short rail up top and just come straight back down if he gets into the cue ball enough. Is he trying to take it up top? No, he's deciding just to leave it at long distance. Which he'll do, provided, again, he can just control the pace in the cue ball so it doesn't run away and he stays reasonably close to this 7. And that just needs to keep going now to open up the angle, and that'll do it. Well, the one thing that's become clear in this tournament, even though Nick's in the 1-loss side, is that given the opportunity when the balls are all there, he's pretty well favourite to get himself out most times, and that's the level you have to be playing at. You know, you can't be messing up shape on the next ball too often. If you start doing that, you're never going to get success. But he's had a good percentage of runouts, I think. Now that 2 and 9 ball didn't move. He's got the 1, and if you look at the 9 and the 2, the 2's dead. The problem with that is that he can't do anything to bump that 9. He's on the 1. Now, does the 2 go past the 9 the other side? No, it doesn't. I don't think. It's too close. I think it's. I think it goes. I think it just goes. When you look at it further out, it looks as if it doesn't go, but when you look at it closer, it might not go. It's touch and go. I'm erring on the side saying it doesn't go, but that's by the by. Nick's got a problem. He can't see it. Well, he's got the hit. He's opened up the 2 and the 9, and Bobby has a shot. And in this situation, he's got to get out. And Bobby's already fishing for a new team member in his league team. We're just going to brush the 3, and it's dead. Well, we tried some sort of miracle shot there and a straight scratch. So ball in hand, good evening to Mark. There was a glimmer of a hope there for Bobby, but he had to get on that 3. And he's just, again, given Nick the chance to find his way out. As I was saying before you guys arrived, good evening to Chimpy. I think you guys have noticed that this guy Nick, when he's given a table, he'll find his way out. Probably 95 times out of 100 he's going to find his way out, which is very dangerous. You can't be thinking he's going to mess things up too often. And he's feeding off the scraps here that Bobby's left in this rack. Now takes him to 10. And we are 5 minutes away from our first match in Friday Night 9-ball. That match is going to be One Pocket Slim against Spectre Dawn. That cue ball's trying to scratch. And Bobby's still pitching for a teammate for his next league. Oh, by the way, guys, I've got a vote up on my YouTube channel, so whether you're watching on Twitch or not, it doesn't matter. Just go to my YouTube channel, click on the community tab, and then place your vote for the next league. Now the choices are 8-ball world rules on the bar table, 8-ball world rules on the 9-foot table, 3-ball races to 11, and 6-ball. There's your choices. I know Slim likes the 3-ball. And I think usually when there's a 3-ball tournament on, it is races to 11. Sorry, I forgot. The other option is, just as well you said that, Slim. I forgot about the other option. There's another option for 9-ball, no handicap. That's leading the vote at the moment. You know how Steve was talking about having a 9-ball league with no handicaps in it. So that's your choice, and at the moment it's in the lead, or at least it was the last time I looked. But anyway, the foul from Bobby's given again Nick the option to run out. Well, this 4-ball got loads of room, and you just feel that it's inevitable that Nick's going to find his way out. I mean, this rack's pretty much gone. Welcome to Dwight. This is what Bobby was wanting to do with me in our league match. You know, he wants to have a good chat with you while he's playing, and I don't want that as a distraction. Good evening to travelling TT. So, Nick is 2 away. And Friday Night 9 ball is about 2 minutes away. And a ball in the break, couple of balls in the break. I think the 1 and 7 have gone. He can cut that 2 ball past the 6. And the line that he's got, if he puts a bit of spin in the cue ball, he could end up leaving the 3 into the right hand side pocket. Depends, if he just wants to. See, he's trying to stun back across. And whenever you're stunning something into these pockets, they've got to be clean, or they just don't go. They'll always hang. But I think Nick's hedging his bets that he's going to get another go at this. Yeah, it was Nixana and it was Magician, but I don't remember what came first. He might have been Magician first, and then he went to Nixana. I think that might be it. Well, he tried the combo there, and he hasn't left anything easy for Nick. Yeah, he played more snooker back in those days. Well, the good news is that I've got a shift tomorrow, a short shift tomorrow, and then I've got a shift on Sunday, and then that is me off for a week. I don't go back until a week on Monday. Well, that was a clever little shot there. That was unlucky because he played that pretty nigh perfect. He kicked the 3 to bump the 6 with the cue ball, and it's unfortunate the cue ball dropped in. That's somebody thinking about. Again, I keep referring to the same thing. Thinking about what you're doing, and also be a bit imaginative in trying to work something out. And that's always a good sign in my book. So this was an unscheduled match. I wasn't intended to stream this anyway, because I thought that Nick would be too strong for Bobby, and I'm not far off the mark. And Nick will be on the hill in a moment. We'll see the end of this, and then the tournament started, so we'll drop into Slim's match with Spectre Dawn as soon as this is done. Yeah, get back to my my week off. The week that I've got off next week is the last of my 2022 holidays, if you know what I mean, because our financial year starts in April. And then I'm back at work for a week, and then I've got a Saturday off as my final day that's remaining of my last year's holidays, and then I think I'm back off again, obviously in April, because I've always got a week off in April for the World Snooker Championships, and that'll be my first week's holiday of the new financial year. So the fact that I'm off next week means I can get plenty of matches in as long as they're set. It doesn't matter what time they're set, day or night. If it's a decent enough match, I'll be there for it. In the VP4 9-ball World Championship, that is. Meanwhile, Bobby with a chance to get another rack on the board. I think he's got himself a slight angle. You see, but he's trying to do things with the cue ball and not finding the line with the 8-ball first of all. So there's just technical issues with Bobby's game. And this will be the reverse bank on the 8-ball. Just a nice pace. You don't need to slam it. If you hit it a nice pace and you've got that line, it will go in. And that's a nice pace. That's perfect. If you start hitting banks too heavy, when it hits that second rail, it's going to straighten up. And you won't get the double bank. Good evening, welcome to Tommy. This is the one lost side match. Nick from Bulgaria, Bobby from the USA according to his flag, and Nick on the hill. And doing the right thing. Just putting Bobby in a whole heap of trouble. I think Bobby's busy typing a load of stuff we can't go on with it and get this match over with. Well, he's going to run out of time here, this fapping about. He's got a line, but I think he needs to put right English on this, I think, to maybe just square the cue ball off that rail. I don't know whether the line is there to get directly onto the 2. No, he's too busy looking at the rail and he wasn't looking at the 7 ball because he's actually brushed it and fouled. So, this may well be another example of Nick with ball in hand and finding his way out. Did I say welcome to Tommy? I can't remember. Well, he's just getting to the cue ball a wee bit too much there. This is now dicey because he may well be taking some of that 6 ball. In fact, it looks very difficult to avoid it. And that could scupper his chances of getting a sight on this the 4 ball up top. Well, he took a risk there. He's landed on top of the 4. But he can certainly duck for cover. He's trying to kick it in though. I can't remember that I said it. It's already. I've just not long past with my dinner. So again, it's the usual thing. I go into this sleep mode where I need to usually have a nap. So the brain tends to shut down. Bobby, I think he should just pot this and run forward and leave a straight 6. That might be his best bet rather than trying to get too good. Just take what's there. And that simplifies matters. So he doesn't want to let this cue ball run away. Ideally, he would just want to sort of stop it where it is so he can see the 7. But this is where you have to have that technique to play the shot. See, he prefers to run through and he's now got himself slightly out of line. And that's just not having the confidence to execute the right shot, just to stop the cue ball. He's now left it tricky. And that will be his last shot in this year's VP4 2023 Virtual 9-Ball World Championship. Nick will march on, and he's going to be trouble for whoever comes over from that winner's side at some point. It's going to be trouble. And a comfortable win in the end for Nick by 13 racks to 4. So we'll have a quick look at the bracket just to catch where Nick is going to. If I can find it. There he is. Oh, that was handy. So he's now waiting on the loser of the match between LS3 and Spectre Dawn. So either way, that'll be tough. Quick look at what's left on the schedule. There's still a number of matches, and we've got, well, another one must have been scheduled. We've still got 9. We've got Billy Big Rigger with Chiku again. I think they're trying, that's the one that's appeared. They're trying to get their match underway tomorrow afternoon at 2 PM. We've got Semi-Pro and Rabbi at 6:30 PM. And then we've got Spud Boy and Sargo on the Sunday at 3 PM. But my first match I'll be streaming will be Chimpy and One Pocket Slim on Sunday at 5 PM. And 3 hours later, we've got Mr. Bill and Tommy. But there's actually another one. That's the one that's appeared. The one with Bankster and Hazard is at 6:30. But somewhere between 3 PM and 6 PM, sorry, 8 PM, I've got to get my dinner. So I'm more than likely will be back at some point to catch that Bankster Hazard match as well. And then we've got Albinario in Bedhead on Monday at 7 PM. LS3 and Spectre Dawn on Wednesday, which is my day off. And then the last one is Polka Bouter and Brainfill Out, which is on the Thursday at 10 PM. So that's the matches that are up there. Meanwhile, we will get the bracket up here for Friday Night 9-ball. I'll just check the clock on that. And we will head in. And it's now, well, Slim's just won one to get back to within 1. Where's Rosine from? Is he local? I never noticed where he was from or what flag he had. Oh, he's in the UK. Oh well, it gives you better odds of finding it sometime. When's the deadline for your match? Welcome to Cobra. I couldn't remember whether I said welcome to Cobra either. So, Slim gives up ball in hand with a foul. 9 AM Monday, Tuesday. Well, the odds are he's bound to be at work at that time, isn't he? If he's working, that is. Well, this is very thin, but he's got it. And that's perfect. That was a nice shot. Oh, he's off both days. Well, you've got a fair chance there then. Well, that won't do. Didn't get the bump. Well, I won't be able to get that match because I'll be at work. Sorry, when did you say Monday, Tuesday? No, I'll be off. What am I talking about? Monday, Tuesday next week, I'll be off. I will be able to get it. But I've decided that, I mean, in the past, I had to think about it. In the past, I would always try and stream every match I could get. And then I realised that I was getting frustrated watching some players because they're not playing, you know. And of course, everybody's different, but you know, there's certain matches that, let's be honest with you, they're not exactly the greatest prospect of a spectacle to watch. So I've decided that matches I'm going to stream are something that I deem to be worth watching, and where the standard of play is expected to be at least half decent. And that's why I won't be streaming quite as many. I'm just going to pick and choose. So Spectre Dawn is going to open that gap to 2 again. He's finished dead straight in the 8 ball though. He maybe just be able to pinch it though, because it's well into the pocket, so you can pinch and spin. I read the other day that these Chinese players that have all been suspended by the World Snooker Authority, they're going to have a hearing during the World Championships. You know, that's like, what's that saying about washing your dirty linen in public? I didn't think it'd be the best idea to actually have a hearing during the World Championships, but that's what they're going to do. And the players that would have qualified for the World Championships, they're all suspended anyway, so none of them will be playing in the World Championships or trying to qualify or anything like that. So that's going to break the headlines once the tournament's up and running. And it's just a pity. I mean, there's a lot of good, talented young Chinese players. That Yan Bingtao, he's one of them. And they may well just have ruined their careers, ruined their earnings as well. I wonder how long it will take for to sink in what they've got themselves into if they've been mucking about. I mean, sponsorship deals, exhibitions and all of that stuff, you know, that's all down the pan. If it doesn't come out in the wash, which it doesn't look like it's going to, there's obviously a valid reason as to why they're having this disciplinary meeting. And it'll be bad news, I think, for a few of them. Meanwhile, Spectre Dawn is pushing on here. They're banned because they've been involved in betting. I don't know whether there's match fixing allegations, but when you're involved in betting, very often match fixing comes into it as well. Well, that's the thing. You never know. I mean, you know, dodgy people could be pressuring them. You know, you do this deal, you'll come out with this, we'll give you that, all sorts of things. But if they're gullible enough and they're not managed properly, their management isn't looking after them and not aware of what's going on, then, I mean, the other thing is it could be their management that's getting them involved in such things, because that's what happened. Don't forget, that's what happened with John Higgins. It wasn't John Higgins' idea to go and meet these so-called people that were interested in doing a deal. It was his manager who dragged John Higgins along for this thing. You know, why would a player of his class ever want to go down a road like that? That's why I could never believe it. He's not that stupid. And then, of course, his manager was done and gone after all that came out in the press. So Spectre Dawn with a 4 racks to 1 lead. And if he can land good on this 4 ball, it looks as if it's going to be reasonably good. It's not looking good for Slim. Well, he's going to have to work the cue ball a wee bit here. Unless he's straight enough that he can hold it. Yeah, he could just stun it. So, that's like, what, 3 or 4 racks in a row now? Well, it's definitely... What was he? He was 2... No, tell a lie. He was 2-0 up. As we joined the room, Slim had just won his first rack. So it's now 3 in a row. And another ball on the break. And he's perfect in the 1. Look at this table again. Well, I say perfect in the 1. He can at least pot the 1. There is a gap to go around a couple of rails. Well, he hasn't found a gap, but he's, in fact, hitting the 6 may well have done him a favour as far as the pot goes. But he's got work to do with the cue ball this time, most certainly. This is tough. He's got to get into the gap between the 8 and the 4 ball, and not run too far up the table or he's hooked behind the 6. If he's taking the 3 into the top right hand corner pocket, that is, the angle that he's got is what it would be doing. He's trying to stun and leave the long distance shot, and that'll work, provided he can get it in again and get good on the 4. And it's tough work. And then, of course, he needs that sort of decent angle in that 4 to get up for the 5. So it's not a join the dots, this. But that angle that he's got there is perfectly good. That will do. And the more he goes down, the more he just opens up that angle. If he had been here, it'd have been simpler to control it. He's just got to jab this in to sort of try and kill it. But you see, the cue ball leaking away just leaves it a bedhead cut, which you'd still expect him to get. Well, he's on the hill, and Slim's not a different for 4 racks now. And the last shot that Slim played was a foul, remember. So he's getting severe punishment. Well, this time, as far as Slim's concerned, finally he gets a chance at the table, but it's nothing good. Did they change something on jump shots? Not that I'm aware of. Well, I suppose to a certain extent, the slight changes you did to the cloth and the rails, I don't know whether that affects the jump shots in any way, but I don't think there was anything done specifically with jump cues. It was the brake cues that Steve tweaked. He lowered the power on the brake cues, but I don't think he'd done anything with jump cues. Well, Slim's trying to keep things tight at the moment. This table, the 4-ball will go. And you would think that there's every possibility that whoever gets this 1-ball will decide the rack. Did he? But that change was for the brake cue, Slim. I don't think he mentioned anything specific with jump cues. Maybe I missed it. We'll need to ask him then. Well, he didn't want to double hit the one. And that's left the one on. He wanted to avoid the double kiss on that 1-ball there. And so, Spectre Don, well, would you believe it? You wouldn't think he could have left that 1-ball hanging over the pocket. But the one thing he has done is he's left this extremely tight to miss that 3-ball and catch the 1 and drop it in. There is not much room. Yep, that's what happens when the ball's right in the jaws. You go around the corner and miss it. So, the tricky one's the 4-ball. And there's a result come through. Chimpy, a comfortable win against Miskin, who's somebody I've never seen before, by 7 racks to 1. And this is the one that will make or break the rack. Trying to get into the gap with the 8 and 4. Oh, that nudge on the 8. How's that left it? Well, it's still fine at pots. He might just try and drop this in dead weight and let the cue ball roll up the table a bit. Yeah, just like that. So this match is all but over. And Slim paid a heavy price mid-match really when he made that foul. And that set Spectre Dawn off in a 3 or 4 rack run, which has overall basically decided this match. Now that it's narrow into the side, but you can just drop it in and you're on the 8 into the opposite side. Just slightly the wrong angle. But you would think he shouldn't have much problem having some sort of shot in the 9, just a little drop through dead weight. So Spectre Dawn has a good start this week in Friday Night 9-ball. And he sends Slim to that 1 loss side by 7 racks to 1. And I think another result just popped up there. Yep, Sergaresh and Tommy. Sergaresh has taken Tommy out by 7 racks to 4. So, quite look at the bracket. And, well, the bracket has updated. We've got Spectre Dawn into round 2. We've got Brainful Out and Travelling TT deciding who's going to play them. And at the moment, Brainful Out's 6-0 up in that match, so Brainful Out looks like the favourite to be playing Spectre Dawn. And of course, Brainful Out will be getting a decent enough handicap against them. We've got DJ Redo and Semi-Pro, and Semi-Pro's up 5-4. Let's drop into that one. DJ Redo getting, what's he getting? The 6 ball. Oh, this cue ball, this is commentator's curse, I'm afraid. There you go, that's what happens when I join a room. So DJ Redo has ball in hand, and a result through there as well. You know, you just cannot measure the amount of times I've gone into a room and disaster befalls whoever's shooting. Either on the shot or within the next shot. And DJ Redo will be back all square here. If he can cut this into the side, he shouldn't have a problem. Well, he tried to push it past the pocket, but that'll do. So, we've got a match on here. And he's got a ball in the break. And the 2 ball is open, and the 1 ball's wide open, so he's good for the next 2 balls. The 3 ball has gone in the break. The 4 ball's very handy next to the 2. And of course, he has to get from that 4 ball up to the 5. So that's the one that should decide the rack, getting up for that 5, because the 6 ball's wide open. So this is it. This is the make or break shot. Now if he's going to try and spin a couple of rails here, he has to avoid the 6. Well, he's drawn it away and avoided the 6. He needs to hope the pace slows up here. But that's good enough, and Brainful Out has comfortably defeated Travelling TT, so he's going to be playing Spectre Dawn in that round 2 match. And that's gone to the rail way too soon. And DJ Redo's chance has gone. Well, this is thin. Cue ball stays on the table. Now he's going to have to check this a wee bit, I think. Yeah. Good bit of left English on it there, just to straighten that cue ball across the rails. And this is the important one, getting the pace right here. Doesn't want to finish on top of the 8 though. Oh. Well, he's fine. Well, DJ Redo had his chance there. But it's Semi-Pro that gets to the hill. And I think a corner ball went in, another one's gone in, and another one's gone in. So 3 balls in the break. The 2, the 4, and the 7 have gone. He's on the 1. Now, I think the 3 goes past the 5. He's got enough angle to stun across for the 3, or he could drop down below the 3. So he's got 2 choices to how he goes about it, and he hasn't got into the cue ball at all there. Way short in pace, needed to hit that firm. And this is no set combo here. And this is where you've got to use your imagination to visualise the shot. Yeah, that was never ever going to be easy, that one. But what he has done is he's nailed the 8 ball to the 6. So DG Redo is going to be hard pushed to run this table up as far as the 6 ball. Well, he's played the 3, played for a bump, and that's what can happen. You know, it'd have been better to have played for the 5 and tried to go in, you know, try to disturb that off the 5. And now he's having to try and kick. That's game over. So you've got to take the risk and reward situation into consideration when you're playing a shot there. I think it'd have been better to have made sure he got in the 5 and then tried to break out on the ball then. He took a big risk trying to get a breakout and still have a shot. And that's what's lost him the match right there. So semi-pro is going to go through by 7 racks to 5. He can breathe easy now because there was a potential upset there. So, a good number of results have come through. And that's just about to update there. So Sergaresh is going to be playing semi-pro. We've got VP Monster playing Chimpy in round 2. We're going to drop into that one, I think. I think that's where we're headed. And VP Monster and Chimpy are playing Scratch. And Monster's won the first rack. Well, can you get enough of this too? I think he can. I think he might be touch and go here. Whether he can get enough of that too, I don't think he can. Too tight. But that's the sort of touch you want to get in the 2 to try and get distance. And the only thing is, it's just short of, you know, a foot more running, and he'd been right in behind that 3 ball there. But that's another well played shot in return from VP Monster. You're not jumping over that 6 ball. Good hit. How's the result? Well, I think it's dead set into the side. 3 balls handy, 4 balls there. And Monster at this stage should be 2-0 up. Well, a little bit tricky here just to get this. He had to get narrow into the corner, but he's overhit it, I think. He's overhit it by a foot. We'll settle for that though. That's as good a safety as anything. Now it will cross bank this 6 ball, and it will squeeze up past the 8, but it's tight, and that's the problem. He had a choice there. He could have back doubled that over into the left side pocket. But again, Chimpy's come up smelling the roses nearly, I think. I mean, this is no good. As far as VP Monster's concerned, he's got nothing. He's got a really ambitious cut into the side. This will be some shot. No, he's trying to duck. Well, this is a really delicate cut into the side. Not much of a pocket showing, but that was well played. That was a good one. And it should be all square then. A minute ago we're looking at a 2-0 lead, and now we're odds on to be all square. Anybody that's still watching, how is the stream quality when I'm rotating the table? Because I'm using Gamecaster tonight and I've set it down to 720 so that the bit rate is more than good enough and should handle it well. Gamecaster's always a lot more stable because it doesn't have all the bells and whistles that XSplit Broadcaster has. I've got it crammed full with all of that stuff going on. I think it's at 3,200 or something, which it's automatically set at that because I do a test. You do a bandwidth test with the software, and it'll set it to that. So I always let the software do a bandwidth test first, rather than messing about and just putting numbers in. Yeah, your stream quality's excellent, Slim. Well, this is very delicate. It's going to be an awkward cut up the rail, I think, with this 8 ball. I don't think he should be trying anything else fancy, because that's about the best he's going to get out of this. Just drop the 7 ball in, make sure he can still see the 8. And that's fine. I mean, he's never missing this. He tried to, though. I wish I had a replay to see where that ball hit the rail. It looked as if it hit the rail at the first diamond there, past the side pocket. But Chimpy goes into the lead. Oh, ball's flying in. But the cue ball is going to a spot where he's got a possible bank in the 1. Let's have a look. No, it's not really. It's not a good line for a bank at all. So now he's got to come up with plan B. And I'm not quite sure what that is. I mean, I know I'd cut that down the rail. I'd go all out for the cut down the rail. Cue ball's running loose though. But he's trying to use that 6 and 9 as blockers, and that's reasonable enough. Now, does VP Monster want to get touchy with the cue ball here? He's trying to spin with left English in behind the 9, but at that pace it's not got the legs. But again, the end result isn't too bad. There's nothing easy here. There's another result through. Stefan has taken care of Miskin. Well, that's a good shot. That 5 ball made it a bigger pocket. And he's lying nicely in the 2. Now he wants to get into the cue ball, so he's not going into the 7. Doesn't want to hit the 7. And that just needs to spin to the left slightly to open up the angle. Well, he's got a choice here. He might prefer this in this bottom corner here. If the angle's good enough to come off the rail and out for the 6. Aye, it is. So he'll probably take that up top. Or down the bottom as we look. Now again, that little safety that VP Monster tried there, he's been playing a fair bit of 9-ball the last few days. He's trying to stay away from Cowboy, give himself a break on it, but he hasn't quite got the finer touch there with that shot he was trying to hook behind the 9, and that's what's ended up giving Chimpy this chance to run the table for a 3-1 lead. So the cue ball going over to the left corner of the box. And that's the Larry break right there. When the 2 balls coming into play, I think. Is it, or has it just gone far enough to the rail? Oh, it has done. Well, VP Monster will breathe a sigh of relief there. Because if that 2 ball was on show there, that would be another rack gone pretty much. And now Chimpy's got to come up with some type of safety if he can, and this is not easy. And he's got the double kiss. And there's enough of the 2 for it to go in off the jaw, I think. I think there is. He's just trying to tweak it around. Yep, that was a good shot. Now, this is not an easy shot where he's put himself here. This is really tough. He's got to, and he's miscued. So clearly he's not even set himself up with the shot there. That needed loads of top and left English to try and manoeuvre the cue ball, but it was a horrible angle and he was close to the rail. Really, really tough he left himself there. And so that's a chance come and gone. And signs that this match is drifting away for VP Monster here. This is a bit straight in the 6, I think. No, he can tweak it. And he's brushed into the 8. Now it's not quite as simple. These are always testy. Yeah, that's what happens. You just get yourself into that awkward angle. And Monster has been reprieved. Now this is just, oh, again he's rushing into these shots. He hit that far too heavy. I mean, he should be cutting that in 9 times out of 10, that 8 ball, but not as hard as that. He just had to let the 8 ball drop in to take the pace off the cue ball. Well, he almost got another reprieve there. I don't think he'll get it this time though. But not a very confident shot there by Monster on that 8 ball. Well, he is going to get another reprieve. Albeit he's got no shot, I don't think. Is that off the rail, that 9? Let's see. Oh well. He's trying to catch. This is impossible. This he's trying to catch and cut it. That is a superb shot. I wish I had the replay. That either works or you end up looking an umpty. You miss it completely. That was an excellent shot. But I don't think he's got anything. No, it's dry. Well, Monster got himself out of jail there, given the opportunity. He had to get a couple of them though. Chimpy has to go a couple of rails to get back on the 2, but he's forgot about the 1 ball. And I think that'll do. I think that's... well, I mean, you can still spin the cue ball a wee bit and catch the rail and hit the 1. Well, that's a good shot. Well, now Monster's had his success with that cut in the 9 ball. He's not interested in the 1, which was actually easier. So a bit of ducking and diving here. Uh-oh. Oh, just catch the or just caught the point. There's a better opportunity here for Monster to get distance and try and get cover behind that 4 and 6 ball. But not a problem to jump over. Now I think I would be overcutting this 1 ball. I'd be cutting this to the left of the 7 ball. The only problem here is that 9 ball might get in the way in terms of stopping the cue ball, depending on how it comes off this 1. Well, he's just caught the back end of the 9. And he actually got the 1 ball too thick. That's why the 1 ball had momentum and ran back into the table. Well, again, that's an excellent shot from Monster. And he's got to string a few of these together, and that might finish on top of the 3. Or it might end up dead set into the side. Well, he's running away slightly, but he just needs to run away far enough so he can get the 4 clean. Now this isn't quite. Now I presume that was a legal shot. Yes, it was. Well, he'd have been better. He'd have been better if he didn't hit the 6 there. Trying to cheat the pocket big time. I just get the impression Monster wants to get this over as quickly as possible. Maybe his lunch is ready or something. 1 Pocket Slim has survived his first match on the 1 loss side, and he's taken out Travelling TT 4-1, and DJ Redo has done the same to Tommy. And another result through Gunnett and John Boo. Gunnett survives the final rack decider. So 3 matches in a row there have finished the 1 loss side. And no doubt at least 1 or maybe more of those players is waiting on some losers coming through as the next opponent. And meanwhile, Chimpy's going to open that gap again to 2. Well, at least 1 ball's gone. But again, no great shot left on the 1. Let's have a quick look around the corner here. Not really a bank on there, there's not much room. And this is going to be awkward. I mean, the one obviously cuts up table, but it doesn't quite cut as simple when you're right over the 6 ball. And no prizes for guessing what's going to happen here. All that Chimpy has to hope is that the 1 ball doesn't go into a pocket somewhere, because he was always going to nail VP Monster to that 3 ball. Well, unless he's put left English on it, I didn't see a line to get to that ball. And it's a foul anyway, so Chimpy can extend that lead. And he should be able to do that because, well, he doesn't want to go way inside the 3. That's not great. He's got to make sure he can get a sight on this 4 ball. And this is not quite as simple as it could have been. Needs to bounce right across. And at least he can see it. And all he can do is draw off it and avoid the 9. And he needs to get a bounce as well, and I think he's fine. Just enough. Just stays in the table. Might be a bit straight on this 6 ball. I think you might have to get a bit of pace into this. Get this cue ball moving. Doesn't want to get too greedy by trying to pinch too much here. Well, that needed... See, I think the problem with the draw there is if you try and draw it with bottom and left English to kick the cue ball down towards the 7, you may well have spun that cue ball back into the top left hand corner pocket. So I don't think he had an awful lot of... Well, that'll do it. That's a handy bank. That 9 ball certainly made it a big pocket. So the gap now is 3. 5-2 lead. Cobra, are you still there? Cobra's gone quiet, unless he's gone to bed. Well, there's your opponent there. If he's got anything sorted out yet, welcome to Rosin. What does face orange raised eyebrows planned mean? Raised eyebrows is planned. The monster now has to get out. And he's doing everything in his powers to try and muck this up. Cobra, I can play the match. What does RN mean? Is that a typo? What does RN mean? I'm trying to understand what he's typing here. right now. I think it's a bit late for Cobra. I think Cobra's up early. He might be an early bird like me on a Saturday morning at 4 o'clock. Well, that's a good jump by Monster. And a good opportunity here. Oh dear. Now again, he's putting loads of spin in the cue ball. And he still didn't finish good in the 6. But he's left a perfect bank here for Chimpy to steal this rack. And Monster sold this if he loses this. And the saving grace there is Chimpy never got the line. And I think he might have left nothing easy here for Monster either. But again, the bank is on. But he's not picked a line. And, well, again, Monster's almost got away with it. Now, you can make the bank on this 4. You've got to find a line to almost or just to the left of that middle diamond, I think, to get it down into this pocket here. This is an all or nothing shot. Yeah, he didn't get it. Didn't get the line. This time, Monster's got another invitation here. Well, he should be back to within 1. Now, what can he come up with in the break? Not a lot by the look of it. 1 ball on, 2 ball is there, and I think the 3 balls coming down into this bottom right hand corner pocket in a minute. Yep, that's exactly what's going to happen. He's just going to drop across top side of that 3. No, he doesn't want to go too far inside. I think he'll still be okay though. And that's well done. So Chimpy's now the favourite to go back to a 2-rack lead, but more importantly, oh dear, well, he's taken his eye right off the ball there. That's a big blunder. And Semi-Pro has beaten Sergresh 7 racks to 5. And meanwhile, Monster, with that bad miss there by Chimpy, has his chance to square the match. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. And these are basic potting mistakes here we're seeing from 2 competent enough players. And Monster can think himself lucky he hasn't left this a gimme, this 6 ball, and especially where the 7 ball is. And that's a good pot, but it's going to have to be the bank. And Larry, and that's a good bank. That's perfect. The perfect pace and perfect line. Larry has gone through on the winner's side, 7 racks to 2 against Bankster. And meanwhile, Chimpy finally gets to within 1 of the next round. But he can't get the follow-up, and look at the table. Bit of pressure on Monster here because all the balls are there. And he hasn't got into the cue ball. He hasn't perfected the stun draw because that's what he needed there. And straight away, he's blown it. Well, I'll be there for that match on Monday. That's the bad news. And Steve will still be well into Cloud's cuckoo land at that time in the morning. That's like 4 AM his time. Well, I've got to run this cue ball a bit just to get it out into the table here a wee bit. I presume that text shows up as an emoji on YouTube because it doesn't show it in the chat. So the angle to get around the corner out nicely on the 9, and this will see Chimpy through. So well done to him. By 7 racks to 4, and Monster moves over to the 1-loss side. So we've had a whole barrage of results come through there. This one's just about to update between Monster and Chimpy, but Larry's lying in wait. Semi-Pro is waiting on the winner of Spectre Dawn and Brainfill out, and at the moment Spectre Dawn is on the hill in that match. So that it looks odds on it's going to be Semi-Pro and Spectre Dawn. 1-loss side, we've got Slim up against Bankster. They've just got underway. And the other guys are waiting on, well, they're waiting on the loser coming across from a couple of these matches, I think, by the look of it. Yeah, more or less. So, Chimpy now to play Larry. We'll probably catch the end of this match. Brainfill out's got ball in hand. What's the problem with this one, Larry? What don't you like about it? Well, the reason I did it is because Cobra was saying that there was a bit of pixelation on my broadcaster when it was at 1080 and when I was moving the table around. But that could just be fluctuations in latency latency on Twitch and YouTube. You've got to remember as well, though, that it's going via restream. So that's why I cut it down to 720. So there was a bit more resources available. I mean, I think Mark said earlier everything looked fine. Well, if we can just catch enough of this 2-ball to bump it into the 3, Brainful Out can have Spectred on in trouble here, but that's not going to do it. That is poor. That is a really poor shot. He should have been way up the table there. If he'd got that a bit thinner and got a bit of spin in the cue ball, he wouldn't have left that 2-ball plumb with the opportunity for Spectred on to break out the 3. And having said that, Spectred on has immediately got himself in trouble. Now, I think you should watch some of the tutorial videos on YouTube about bumping your bit rate away up to a huge high number. That isn't the answer to all your problems. You're better to let the software decide. Well, Brainful Out got the jump, got the 4-ball, but the cue ball, of course, running loose at scratch. Now, Brainful Out has to take advantage of this to try and stay in the match here. And of course, he's getting the 6-ball, which makes his life that bit easier. But again, it's the age-old problem, just not getting that follow-up ball in the break and a shot, and Spectred on immediately has the shot in the 1. The 2's handy. They're all available, and this match should be over. I think Brainful Out's pretty much resigned to that fact. No, my XSplit broadcaster has, when you're setting up a connection, it has to decide what server it's going to go to, first of all. So it'll do, if you do the bandwidth test, it then chooses London in the UK, London in England for me, as my nearest server for the software. And then that's linking to Restream, which I think is based in the States. So you've got a signal going from me to London to the States, and then it takes the signals coming in from Twitch and YouTube, and then it sends it out. So there's a lot of travelling time going on. Anyway, Spectred on did get through by 7 racks to 4, and well, we're going to stay with the follow-up match the match between Semi-Pro and Spectre Dawn. Meanwhile, in the top match, Larry and Chimpy have started. Chimpy's won the first rack. Chimpy's getting the 7-ball. But we'll stay to watch this match between Semi-Pro and Spectre Dawn. And we will get in the room. Semi-Pro's already in. Welcome to repetition. Yeah, the solution's never just ramping up your bit rate, because it's not just that matters. It's how good Restream is running for me that matters. And of course, the other thing is it's also to do with what you guys are doing when you're watching the stream, because if you just go in and start watching the stream and you don't check the bottom corner to check what quality it's set for you, because as soon as you go into a stream, YouTube or Twitch will default to what it thinks you're capable of streaming or watching. And sometimes you don't go down and set that to your own default. You might be watching it in 480 rather than 720, as is sometimes the case. Because very often a lot of guys sitting there and they say, "Oh, this stream's quality's crap tonight." And then when you say to them, "Well, have you checked the bottom corner of your screen and checked the little cog to see what default resolution it's chose for you?" Because it's not always going to choose what I've got mine set at or what I'm broadcasting at. When you think about it, if some of you guys are sharing your net connection with the rest of the family, all your bandwidth's getting eaten up as well. So here we go. It's a scratch match. What round's this? Is this round 3? Yes, it is. Scratch match, race to 7, and Spectre Dawn won the lag. Yeah, and I don't use OBS because the monitor screen that you have for your broadcast, where you can watch your live broadcast as it goes out, the monitor screen is way too small when it's on my second monitor. That's the main reason I still prefer XSplit Broadcaster. But for tonight's Friday Night 9-ball, I'm just using my old XSplit Gamecaster. And I haven't been using my doodles tonight, because that's why I like it. If I'm trying to point out a shot or something. And I think those lines have upset Semi-Pro there, because he's just rattled the one. The 3-ball is a bit fiddly. But that little breakout shot has done the trick. He's on the 2 still as well. And a couple of results through. We've got One Pocket Slim marching on again in the 1-loss side by 4 racks to 1, and VP Monster likewise has taken out DJ Redo. Again, that's a stun drop. He hit that with a pace, but he hit the Q-tip about a quarter of a Q-tip below the equator, and then the pace lets that backspin in the cue ball kill. So you get it just coming back a few inches, which is what you're trying to do with that shot. Well, don't forget, on XSplit, I've got various, you know, animations and things running as well on XSplit Broadcaster. That is, I've got it bunged up to the hilt with all my little crap that I have going on. So Spectre Dawn is off and running, but I think he's right. Yes, he is. And it's not a bad table to be running out either here for Chimpy. Semi-pro. Why did I think I was still in the other match? I'll tell you why, because it's 20 minutes past 8 and anybody who's a regular viewer will know that my brain goes on shutdown mode at this time of night because I should be in bed. Big stun draw there as well. Loads of pace in the cue ball, absolutely thumped at, but the Q-tip position gives you the controlled draw shot. That's the one I keep telling players to practice, because the more you practice that and the more proficient you become with that shot, the better control you'll have of that cue ball, rather than doing what a lot of players do and doing the big draw with no control on it at all. Semi-pro didn't follow up with a ball and a shot either, so he's dry. And this one ball is tight into the side, but it's gone in. But there's trouble ahead here. This 3 ball isn't going anywhere fast. It's blocked in both pockets, and he's hoping to get lucky. Well, he's lucky enough that he can see it, so he now has the option to try and get cover somewhere. Now, when you say the VP4 draw is the most unrealistic, in what way? Because I see far too many players putting far too much bottom on the cue ball, and you know, drawing the cue ball up and down the table. It's not like it wasn't VP3. Spectre Dawn's tucked away here. Not a difficult hit. But Semi-Pro gets his reward. Cue ball scratched. And he should be odds-on favourite for a 2-1 lead. And a quick reminder to any latecomers, I have got, now this applies to everybody watching on Twitch, as well as anybody who's still watching on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, tab out, open up a second window in your browser, and go to YouTube, and go to my channel on YouTube. You should know how to find that easy enough. And click on the community tab and get your vote in for the next league season in VP4. because I've given you a number of choices. One of them is 8-ball world rules on the bar table. The other one is 8-ball world rules on the 9-foot table. One of them is 6-ball. One of them is 3-ball races to 11. And the final one is 9-ball, no handicap. So when I last checked, 9-ball was in the lead. But in order for this poll to work, it needs enough of you to put your votes in, especially if you're interested in taking part in the next league season. So go and put your vote in either now or later on, and that will give something to for Steve to think about when he's deciding what the next one will be. He would much rather it be 8-ball world on the bar table. You heard that in the stream last night. Well, as I said, you're on YouTube, Rosin. Just go to my main page on YouTube, my main home page, and click on the community tab. There's a tab that says community, and when you hit that tab, you'll see the 2 votes that are there. There's one for my camera options, which has been there for a while, and the other one is for the upcoming league season, what the next league is going to be. So just place your vote in there if you can. Well, that means that, would that not mean that the clock, that the league will be at 7 p.m. for a few months, and then it'll change back again when they go back in the autumn? I think that's what happened with that league that's just finished. The matches were starting at 7, and then the clocks went back, and then for the rest of the league it started at 6. UK time, that is. Meanwhile, we've got Spectre Dawn at the moment with a 2-1 lead, which is about to go to 3. What the hell's that name? Light Around the Moon. So Semi-Pro's got his work cut out already. 3-1 down. Well, don't worry about that, Roisin. If you're hanging around VP4, you'll get, especially if you're watching the stream, because it's then easy enough to show you in the stream how to do it. Worry about that when the league's up and running, and there's team captains looking for players. We'll help you through that. You don't need to worry about that. That's a good little combo. That's a quick way to get a rack back in the board. And if that 3-ball, wait a minute, I thought that was 1-ball. Well, it doesn't matter, it's the 2-ball that's blocked as well. So Semi-Pro out with the jump stick. Oh, it's just caught the 9. But I don't think the 3 went past the 5 anyway, so he's got to manufacture this cut into the right hand corner, which is not a gimme. What was One Pocket Slim's idea? I must have missed that. What, 2 different leagues was it or something he said? I think Steve will be happy that 1 is working fine rather than running 2 at the same time. I think that'll be his answer. And One Pocket Slim has taken out VP Monster on the 1 loss side, 4 racks to 2. Yeah, well, I don't think he'll go down that road, to be honest with you. I think he'll just be happy that he can get 1 working and keep it working. Meanwhile, Semi-Pro has squared the match, 3 racks apiece, and he's on the 1 from the break. The 8 ball has gone, and I'm just looking to see. Oh, that 4 ball's fine, but you've got to get good in the 3 to get the cue ball around the table onto the 4. That's the issue. Now he's staying over that side because that's going to give him the angle to go 2, possibly 3 rails here, up past the 7. Oh, he's going to come below it. He's going to come below it. I think he needed to check that cue ball a bit to affect the line of the cue ball, because this is not great. He's trying to thin this as best he can. And he's going to obviously be taking some of the 6 as well, I think, here. It's so thin. Now he just has to hope he gets lucky. Well, it could have finished worse. That'll do. He'll take that. Although he won't accept that though. That's not great. Well, I put 3 ball and 6 ball in there, especially for the numpties for the league choice, Mark. So I hope you've got your vote in either of them. Well, Semi-Pro, I think was 3-1 down, was he? He's now 4-3 in front. Oh, this looks dry. It looks dry, but he's left nothing as a gimme for Spectre Dawn. Plus the 2 balls more or less locked away. Let's have a look at the 2. Yeah, the 2 ball isn't doing anything. Spectre Dawn's in 2 minds whether to play the jump or play the push. He's chose the push. Now Semi-Pro has the choice, play from there or put Spectre Dawn back in. Now he's looked at the 5-2 combo, I think. Yep, well, he needs to kick right in behind the 2, and this 5 may well go in. And it hasn't, it's straightened up. It looked dead set, that 5 ball, but there must have been a little gap between that. what was it, the 2 and the 5? There must have been a little gap, and he just not quite hit it flush. Yeah, I haven't seen Chico around for a week or two. The spin around the corner, nicely on the 5, and Spectred on, looking like he's going to square this match up immediately here. But he's left that shot. He seems to be quite happy to leave these not quite, I mean, well off the mark as far as getting on the spot's concerned. That cue ball should be down about there. And now it's going to go awkward again. Now, if you want to be really ultra critical, that's maybe what's going to catch Spectred on out at some point in this 9-ball World Championship, because I'm not saying he's like Stubb, but what he's doing is not necessarily getting the cue ball in the ideal position, and he's leaving himself tough shots to keep going, and most of the time he does it. But a critical time in this tournament that he's in, it could be his downfall. You know, you've got to be getting tighter control of the cue ball. So back all square, ball in the break, and he's on the 1. Now he's got the angle just to duck across and get on a line for the 2 on the side, unless he wants to stun back like that. He had choices as to what he would do. Now this is again a bit dodgy. He's got to get out to get the 3 into the other corner pocket. Because the 9-ball's a blocker. Well, he's come back for it in the side. That'll work as well. Now, does he want to play the combo or get behind the 5? He's going to play the combo. And the 5-ball will just leak down the rail slightly. Or he's trying to keep it over the pocket. That'll do it all. So, a quick 2-rack swing here from 4-3 down. He's going to get himself in front. Well, ball has gone in. Well, there's a possible combo in that 1-3. I don't know whether he's got room past the 3 to play the bank, has he? Let's have a look. Looks tight. I think that's what he's doing. No, he's trying to duck. We need a quick look at that 5-ball as well. See, the 5-ball goes into the side. So this could be just the one ball that decides this rack or decides the match. And that was well played. That's excellent. Well, with the one ball having gone in, and the 4 ball where it is, Semi-Pro must have an angle on this 4 ball. Imperative that he gets an angle. And he's got it. And that's perfect, because he's potting the 4 and the cue ball's just coming off the rail, back into the table as far over to the left as he wants. Oh, he's bumped to 9. That'll still work though. Nosferatu says, LOL, is this logical? So, might be going all the way this match. Five apiece. Make the setup same for everyone, then play. I'm going to need a translator for that, because I don't know what you're talking about, mate. Oh, Gunnett's taking Brainfill out of the tournament. Final rack decider. And she's going to have to have the little billiard. Oh no, it squeezed past. Oh dear. Well, that's one that's got away there for Semi-Pro. Well, very thin cut in the 3, bump in the 9, and that should be the match decider. No, I was messing about my phone there, Slim. Well, get good on the 7 ball, it's definitely over. And that's good. So Spectre Dawn continues with the winning form. So a 7-5 win for Spectre Dawn sends Semi-Pro over to that one lost side, the minefield of the one lost side. Another good win for Spectre Dawn. Right, now where have we got to? Well, we've got Larry having gone through against Jimpy by 7 racks to 3. And Spectre Dawn and Larry are going to battle it out for the hot seat match. Just give me a minute, guys. I'll be back in a second. I'm just tabbing out for a sec. Right, I'm back, and I'm now going to paste that link in the lobby for the community page on YouTube. Of course, it's in. I've got it set to dark mode on YouTube. Right, and of course, I can't see the bloody votes in this because it doesn't appear. Well, we've got what, 9 votes. But I can't see what the hell it is. Hang on. We'll drop into that match in a minute. Let me just bring that back up. Well, at the moment it's looking like 9 ball is the favourite as far as the next league season's vote goes. Now, whether Steve will pay any attention to that's a different story. I think he's all geared up for it to be 8 ball in the bar table, from what he was saying. But if he goes by the democratic system, then I mean, there's only 9 votes in, so it's well short of a decent enough amount of votes. Well, as I said earlier, I think Steve might not want to complicate things by having 2 leagues. You never know. You can always ask him, but I think he'd be more inclined to make sure that one stays functioning properly. Right, so we've got the hot seat match, which is Larry and Spectre Dawn. But in the meantime, I think we're going to go in and watch the One Pocket Slim Semi-Pro 1 Lost Side match. We'll watch that first, and then we'll catch what's left of the Larry Spectre Dawn match. And we're right in the first rack, and Slim's got himself right behind the point of the pocket. And he's almost, in the end, fluked to 9. Remember, it's only a race to 4, so this will be over quickly enough. And Semi-Pro gets first blood. So Obviously Slim had the table at his mercy in one way or another, but managed to get himself in the only place he couldn't get a clean shot. So semi-pro. Now presumably that was a push out called. Yes it was. Well, the 3 ball doesn't go into the side. And I don't think that's went far enough, that 3 ball. That will cut. And it will cut at that angle as well. And the 4 ball can be cheated in past the 9. So not a great safety, although semi-pro doesn't fancy it. I think the problem would have been cutting the 3 and the cue ball just bouncing all over the place. So he's decided to try and lock the cue ball up, but he's failed on that side of it. Slim's got loads of room to jump over the 4, but can he keep the cue ball on the table? That's the question. Yes, he can. And the end result is not great. It's given semi-pro the chance to pot the 3 and get himself a line on that 4 ball. You can see the 4 ball cleanly goes. You just got to get right over as best you can and make sure you get it clean past the 9. And then the other problem is up top. So this is a big test. Getting to this 6 ball. And it looks as if it's going to be the combo because he's going 3 rails, but he can end up hooked behind the 8 here. He's got to make sure he doesn't hook himself behind the 8, and that's dead weight. That is perfect. Excellent. Now, got to be flush. If this 6 ball hits the 7 like that, it's going to bump the rail and come out. He's got it clean. So, it's a quick 2-0 lead here for semi-pro. No room for breathing for one pocket Slim here. Six ball top right, 5 ball bottom right, 1 ball is going into the bottom left hand corner. It might be slightly the wrong angle in the 1 ball to get to this too. Let's have a quick look around. Well, he can spin it, and he has done. Right English on the cue ball. Gets the cue ball hitting the rail and spinning that direction. And this match might not last an awful lot longer unless one pocket Slim can get some sort of snip of a chance. But he's going to have to win all 4 by the look of it. Well, Slim may well already have played his last shot. I mean, that could be it all over. Well, I'd get the car engine started up, Slim. Get it warmed up. 8 ball into the side, 7 ball into the bottom right. 1 ball. Well, you've got to take it long up the table because you're going to be out for the 2. It's tight into the side. It looks as if he's going into the side. Yeah, clean as a whistle. And again, nothing to do with the cue ball. He's going across for the 3. This match is over. It's going to be a whitewash. Well, when I joined the room, Slim, it went downhill for you because you were hooked behind the tip on the 9 ball. And that, as far as I can remember, was the last shot you played. Don't say I don't jinx you. You never get a look in as soon as I joined the room. Well, there's more proof if ever you need it. Well, it's tightish to the rail, but he's got it flush and clean. And it's a clean sweep. 4 racks to 0 for semi-pro. And Slim leaves the room battered and bruised because of 1 titty hook on that 9 ball. Right, so as we said earlier, we're going to jump straight into this Larry Spector-Don match. The hot seat match to see who gets to tonight's final. And at the moment, we're all square, 1 rack all. It's a scratch match. And Spector-Don is going to take the lead. And while he's doing that, we'll have a quick look at the bracket, if we can get back to it. And we'll see that Chimpy is waiting on the winner of Gunnet or Sergaresh. They're 2 racks apiece at the moment. And Semi-Pro has got a long wait. He can go and get a coffee because he's having to wait for Chimpy to play his match as well. So Semi-Pro's got maybe half an hour break here. And this one is dry. And Larry's got... Now, does he want to try and do anything with the cue ball here or just cut this in and try and miss the 3 ball? Oh, he's digging in to make sure he misses the 3 ball. But digging in has stunned that cue ball into the jaws. Not the cue ball, the 1 ball, and it's hung up. And that there will be Larry's last shot in this rack. You can take it from me, Larry's not getting back to the table, he confidently said. I'll have a quick drink. Well, Larry's going to be up against it already here. If Spector-Don gets his brake working, he could run away. Well, we're just on 2 hours here for Friday Night 9-ball. We're in the hot seat match. We've got matches to be resolved over on the one-loss side. And Larry needs to find a way back in quick here. Well, again, the 7 and the 9-ball barely moved. But the 6-ball has gone. Got a thin cut in the 1. He's having a look at the 7. And the 7 goes. 7 goes into the top right hand corner, so it doesn't need to be moved. Doesn't need to bump into anything if he can help it. And, well, he decided against the cut. Looking for cover, and he's got the cover. And Sergaresh has gone through against Gunnett, 4 racks to 2. And meanwhile, Larry kicking and hoping here. And he hasn't made the jump. Catches the 4 and scratches as well. And now everything is wide open. The 9-ball is freed up, and so in the blink of an eye it is going to be 4 racks to 1. The angle's there on the 3-ball just to stun into the rail. Come over to the long rail by the 9-ball. In fact, the angle was even better. He could draw it. That's even better. Gives you more control. Well, it's looking like Spectre Drawn is wanting another notch onto his winners board for Friday Night 9-ball. I think he's meaning business tonight. Question is there anybody left here that's going to stop him? Well, he's another ball in the break. This time though, he's not come up great on the 1-ball. The 7-ball's gone. Now you can maybe try and dink behind the 5. It looks like that's what he's doing. And again, he's way too heavy. I mean, that's poor. That's a really, really poor safety. No touch whatsoever there to try and drop behind that 5. I don't know what he was planning. I can't believe he played the bank. But he might have got away with it here the way Larry's looking. Well, that 1-ball will cheat past the 2. It will cut into the side, but it will cheat past the 2. And this is not a bad angle just to dig into the cue ball and cut it in and hold for the 3. Not scratch though. Not scratch, Larry. Oh dear. Well, Monkey Boy would have been out there. Oh dear. Well, it doesn't rain, but it pours. And Larry may well be having to do things the hard way. He could well be heading to the 1-loss side. Just get into the cue ball a bit too much there. And the inevitable happened. Well, I'm going downhill rapidly again. I wonder if I'll get a second win because I am about to fall asleep. But if Spectrodon keeps playing at this pace, it might not be quite as long a night as I'm hoping it's not going to be. So the lead goes to 4. It's 5-1. Is Larry going to get a helping hand from Spectrodon? Because that's what he needs. Now again, this time you've got the 8 ball and the 9 ball not quite married together. I think the 8 ball goes clean. Yes, it does. And well, the important shot is where the 7 ball is. The 7 ball is fairly close to the rail. That's partly the issue. It's how good he is in the 7 to get into that one spot for the 8 ball. And when he pots the 3, I don't think he really wants to be bumping anything. He doesn't need to, but he might want to bump that 8 though to make it easier to get on it. Where it is just now, well, he's avoided it, so now he's quite happy that he can get good on that 8 ball off this 7. And it may well have been, it might have been advantageous if he had bumped him open a bit more, because he would have still been on the 4. We'll soon find out if his choice is right. Because if anything's going to be an issue, it will be getting on that 8 ball. It's not a combo with the 9 anywhere, is it? Not quite. That's going to the point. Well, this is a test of the control and the pace here. Got to get the pot, and he's got the line. And where was there a problem? He's nailed it right on the spot. Well, you're lucky you fell asleep, Cobra. I'm just about on the brink of doing that. So, this match is all but gone for Larry. 6-1 for Spectrodon. Oh, he's going to get to the table with ball in hand, and they're all there, and he knows what he has to do. He just has to win this one and keep winning them. Tall order. Well, you pot the 1, but you must make sure that you've got the right angle in this 2 ball to get up the table for that 3. Well, the only issue here is traffic. There is a ball in the line. It's a 7 ball. He's avoided that. Around the corner will do it. Well, if he's got the angle, he'd be far better just rolling right through to the rail and cutting this 4 in and drifting over for the 5 up into the other top pocket on the right hand side. That's the simple way of doing it. He might be coming out into the table to make sure he takes any possibility of a hook. And this will do fine because again the angle is fine. The cue ball does its natural thing. Oh, now that's not ideal though. It's now gone funny. He's going to have to probably go forward here. Yeah. And it needs to keep running. Well, the angle is good enough to just dink up that long rail on the right hand side, up past the side pocket if he can, so that he's just dropping the 7 in. He might have got into it too much. Oh, sigh of relief again. He bumps the 8. If he hadn't bumped it, he'd have been nailed behind it. Oh, now it needs to spin the other way, and it has done. He's got the English on it. It could have done with going up to the side pocket though. That's just short of the mark. And he doesn't want to go too square in this 9 ball either. Well, if Larry's going to survive here, it's going to have to be done the long way. He has to win everything now. And he needs his break to help him. Well, couple of balls. Now how's his luck? And the 5's gone in, and that might have helped him there because the 5's gone out of the way, and it might not have helped him. The 4's in the way. Well, I think he can squeeze this in off the jaw. I think he's got a room to do it. Yep, he can. Well, I suppose it'd be stating the obvious here to say that he doesn't want to hook himself behind the 9. He's got loads of room off this 4 ball out into the right hand side of the table to get on that 8 ball. He doesn't want to go anywhere near it. He doesn't want to leave himself short. Get himself right over to the right hand side. Take any doubt out of this. Well, I'll tell you something. He's just got there. He's just got there and no more. He definitely is dicing with death there, Larry. Slightly blind cut, but should never miss it. So that's 2 in a row for Larry. Needs to keep going. No two ways about it. If he comes up dry and leaves a ball on, it'll be sayonara. 4 ball spins in. And the 7 ball goes into the bottom right. Oh well, this is far too close, isn't it? Yep, it just looked far too close. And now, Spectre Dawn, well, he has the 1 ball. He's going to have to get right into the cue ball. If he goes, I think he can go forward and spin around down into this side of the 2. Well, I assume he's played it for the bedhead cut. Well, I think we can say this is over then, eh? 9 ball isn't, it's not frozen to the rail. Cue ball's going to stay up. Two rails, short rail, side rail, and up top for the 8. Well, 3 rails when you count the top one. So now the objective is get himself as straight as he can on this 9 ball. And Spectre Dawn will be into yet another Friday night 9 ball final, and again he can have half an hour's break. Got to get it clean though, and he has done. Well, Larry did well getting those couple of racks, but it was all to no avail. Spectre Dawn powering through by 7 racks to 3. Now then, where have we got here? We've got Sergeresh Chimpy's 2-1 up. We'll dive straight into that match. And Sergeresh going to have to escape with the jump stick here. That's not a jump cue though. That wasn't a jump cue he was playing that with. Did you notice that? That was his playing cue. And the end result isn't too bad though. Right, I'm going to be back in a second. I'm going to have to take a bathroom break. No, the commentator was taking a bathroom break. The commentator is still awake, barely. Well, Chimpy's almost got this match done. Sergeresh is going to have to go rail first. This is, I don't think he's got much room to get there. He's just got to come out the back side of that 5, miss the 5, and catch enough of the 1. Yeah, it was. I don't think there was enough room. Looked too tight. But I'll tell you what though, he couldn't have asked for a better result than that. Well, you had time to get the kettle on there, Semi-Pro, for a coffee while you're waiting. Well, Sergaresh, they are all there for you. 4 ball frees up the 6 ball into the bottom corner pocket. Now, he wouldn't do any harm bumping the 6 ball. Well, he's bumped to 9 and the 8 and bumped to 8 over the pocket, so get himself up top of the 6 ball, anywhere up top will do. Well, it looks like Sergaresh is going to have a chance to square the match here, if he can get the usual things to happen. Ball and a shot, it's all you ask for. A ball and a shot. Well, he's got the first part of it. 5 balls going into the side. He's got a shot in the 1. And if he just stuns the 1 in, comes off the rail, either 1 rail or 2 rails, he's on the 2. The problem's the 3 ball. So, again, it's imperative on how he gets on the 2. Now, that might be just a bit too square for comfort. If he had been a bit more open on that 2 ball, it would have been far easier to get near the 3, maybe on the short side, because it goes past the 4. At worst, you want to be top end of the 3 down here, and that's not going to be any good. I mean, you can make the bank, but you've got to make it. It's not set. Or he can try and hide away for cover, but he's not got much to hide behind. Where he wants to hide is over where the 8 and the 4 is. But he's not sitting good, and I think he's went all out for the bank, and he's ended up in a double bank. But he's not out of jail yet. He's going to have to make the combo, and he's probably, even though he's at distance, this is probably about as good as you could ask for on the combo, and he's overcut it. And this match is over. That was his chance. It's came and gone. Well, I bet you if that cue ball was further up the table, he would have made that combo. It's asking a lot to get it at that distance. He'd have been more comfortable if he was well into the table. And that will end Sergaresh's participation for this week. Well, don't scratch the side is the objective here. Get the cue ball across the table. And he's taking that well out of the equation by going a couple of rails. So it's Chimpy that marches on. And Semi-Pro now has his opponent. Oh, I think he does. That's who he's waiting on, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. So Larry's off in his break, and Semi-Pro about to play Chimpy. So 3 more matches left in this week's Friday Night 9 ball, the upcoming match, and then the winner of it will play Larry, and Larry will be trying to get revenge on Spectre Dawn, but he's going to have to overcome tough opposition whatever way he looks at it. So the room is up. We'll get ourselves in and ready. I'll have another quick drink. So Chimpy might be taking a bathroom break as well, or he might be going to get a drink. But he's got 5 minutes to get in the room. From when the room went up. Well, Chimpy on the right hand side. The lag off for the break. Looks a good weight on the right hand side. But Semi-Pro is going to more than match it, I think. Or has Chimpy won it? Chimpy has won it just. Needs a good start. Well, something dropped. The 1 ball, I think. 2 ball is there. Got to go across the table twice here for the 3. Shouldn't be a problem. Now, just up the table, anywhere up past the side pocket, and he'll be able to cut the 4 and drop down onto the 5. That isn't it, I'm afraid. He hasn't hit it. I mean, look at all the room he had up table there. To get on that 4, that's a big fail. Reverse bank on the 4, past the 8 ball. Into the right hand side pocket is his only choice here. He's got to go for it, because he's blowed it in the shape. Well, everything went okay until he bumped to 5. He's going to have to do the same with the 5 ball. It's nicely off the rail, so it's a good bank. And that's flush. And now he's sitting nigh on perfect on the 6 ball. Good recovery. Well, he just wants to get to the rail. He's got the angle to do that. I mean, he can just draw to the rail. Either drop the 7 into the side or take it up table, which is what he's going to do, because he'll just come back for the 8. Not a problem. Oh, I forgot about the handicap. I never even looked at the HUD. I just realised now he's getting the 7 ball, so that makes his life simpler. I was thinking it was a scratch match. Well, semi-pro might not be getting a shot here. 4 ball in the break. 1 ball is nice, 2 ball is there, 3 ball wide open up top, and everything else is there. Where's the problem? Well, he doesn't want to leave himself short on anything. He managed to recover that in the first rack. Now, don't trifle with the side pocket here where the 7 is, because that 7 ball makes it a bigger pocket. And he's taken that out of the equation, but he's left himself the longer shot in the 3. Now, the angle in the 3 I don't think's great for getting on the 5. Let's have a look. He's got to miss the 8. And, well, it's a dead weight roll into the side. Little roll through and he's on the 6. Just in off the jaw. And now he has to come back the way. Does he want to roll through behind the 8 ball? He might be rolling through behind the 8 ball. No, he's not. And that's the shot. Didn't want to mess with that because you know what can happen. Well, you didn't get much of a shout in that match with Spectre Don, Larry, apart from the fact you managed to get those couple of racks. He wasn't giving much away. And Chimpy is, well, the only thing that's ruined that there is where the 1 ball's finished. 2 balls gone in the break. And this time he's got to find some half-decent safety. And I don't think that's it. Semi will nip that over the top of the 6. And I don't think the 7 ball's going to help. It's too far past the pocket, but he can certainly catch the edge of that and drop it into the side if he fancies a go at it. In fact, he doesn't need to jump it, I don't think, does he? Yes, he is. Well, there you go. Unlucky though. Ran into the 9. And now suddenly Chimpy's become favourite again for the rack, unless Semi can get a bit of a roll here. First of all, he's got to hit it. Gets the hit. Oh, it caught the knuckle. And Chimpy now staring for 3-0 here, staring down, well, more or less staring down the 3 ball. It shouldn't be any issue. Just a roll through, take the 4 into the opposite side. Make sure he's got the right angle in the 4 though. And that will do nicely. So, well, he needs to finish. How's that look? That should be fine now. There's ways to play this. You can go to the rail and come out and leave it up there, or you can stun it that way and just go directly up the table. He might probably go, no, he's played the stun. And the further down he goes and the more open this shot is, the more he can just dink that in and take the 7 up table. He just needs to roll this in dead weight. I mean, the cue ball might finish out a bit here, something like that, but the softer he hits this 6, the easier he is in the 7. He doesn't need to travel the cue ball anywhere, he just needs to get the weight right. And that'll do. That's exactly where I said he'd finish. And he's off the rail. So I would expect him to get this 9 times out of 10. And that's it. 7 ball is the money ball. And it's 3-0. Well, semi-pros had one shot. And Chimpy, he's hung the 5 ball. Either 1 or 2 balls have gone in though in the break. The 6 ball's gone. Once again though, he's getting no joy to seal this match. So it's going to be the push out. Now that, whenever there's 2 balls close together and one of them is the ball on, you certainly don't want to be pushing somewhere you can easily get locked up, and that is not too bad. I mean, it's a difficult enough pot, and it's even more difficult considering where the 2 ball is. So semi-pro decides, I'm not having it. He's giving it back to Chimpy, and I think I would have probably done the same thing there. But Chimpy's grabbed the bull by the horns, gone all out for the pot, needs the ball to stay in the table. Oh, how's he finished? Oh, he's fine. And semi-pro will be kicking himself. I mean, it was a tough pot, but Chimpy went all out for it. And now it's a race to the finish line here. The awkward ball is the 7, because that's the one that's going to scupper his chances of getting this match done, and that's his money ball as well. So now, how does he get in the 7? If you're here, it's a awkward little cut into the side. If you're here, well, it doesn't go up table. So this is tricky. Now, if he goes for the, he can go forward, come off the rail and up, and leave the cut in the 7. That's probably the best bet. And cut it into that top left-hand corner pocket. Well, he's checked it, and that's not bad. I don't think it would, apart from the fact he's a bit closer to the rail, but it gives him a clean sight in the 7, and this for the match. And that is it. It's all over as quick as that. A 4-0 win for Chimpy. Well, semi-pro made the choice there, and you can't blame him for it, because I would have probably given that back to him, but fair play to Chimpy. He just said, that's it, I'm having a go. And he who dares wins. He deserved the win. He went all out for it, and he got it done. Fair and square, can't argue with it. So, we've now got Larry's opponent. It's Chimpy, who's the one obstacle that stands in the way of Larry trying to get revenge on Spectre Dawn. So this effectively is the semi-final match. We'll get ourselves in. Well, there's not much you could do there. I mean, you've got to give it to Chimpy for that when you pushed it back to him, because, like I said, I would have done the same. I would have given it back to him, and he just went all out, went for it, got on the 3, and then did well to get the job done. I don't think it really mattered that the 7 ball was the money ball. I mean, Chimpy's going to pop balls all day. Whether he's getting the 7 ball or the 8 ball, it doesn't matter, or the last 2. If they're all there on the table, he's going to pot them. So Larry's desperate to get things underway, as I am, because the quicker it gets underway, the quicker we get done, the quicker I get to bed. Of course, it's assuming Chimpy's still living in the Netherlands, it's 20 minutes to 11 at his time. So it's getting past his bedtime as well. So we've got Chimpy on the right again, lagging off for the break, and Chimpy's getting the 7 ball again, and that looks good pace from Larry. He wins the lag. No joy. Again with this table, whoever can get that 1 ball and get on that 2, they're running out very much likely. Not an easy starter though. These are always dodgy. Yeah, didn't quite get the line. Again, the end result is not a gimme for Larry this either. I mean, it will go past the 6, I think. Yeah, it will cleanly go past the 6, but that 6 ball just encroaching slightly into the line of the pocket there. It just annoys you that it's sitting there, but he's got it nice and clean. But it's not any better shape though. Another tough one. Now, is he cutting this or is he banking it up past that 8 ball? No, he is cutting it. Yeah. Never easy that. But again, I think he'll probably settle for that as an outcome. I don't think it goes past the 6, definitely not. And it's another dodgy cut into the other pocket. Cue ball would be probably running into the 6 if he tried a thin cut. It might even go round the back of the 6. Or it might even billiard the 6 in. I never thought of that equation. But again, the outcome is no good. But he can get distance between the 2 of these. He can have a go at the bank. But I think that's the wise move. Get yourself up into the long grass. Now Larry will be using the 7 ball as a stopper, but he has to get this 2 ball thin. And a bit of left English in the cue ball as well to get it around the corner and right up the table. If it misses the 5, oh, it just brushed it, but I don't think that's a bad result either. Now, Chimpy could do something similar here, nice and thin, get that distance. And this again might be handy for Larry again to use the 7 ball as a stopper. It looks as if he's cutting across this. Is he playing the bank? I think he's playing the bank. I don't think he's playing to use the 7 as a stopper. That's going to the rail too soon, I think. Oh, it just gone in. And he can see the 3, but look at where the 4 is. He's got to get right into this cue ball again. I don't think the 4 goes past the 8. I haven't had a look yet, but I will in a second. Well, you'd think this cue ball's going to... Well, he's digging in to come back. Oh, he needs to miss the 9, and he'll settle for that. Yeah, the 4 didn't go past the 8, or did it? No, it didn't. It doesn't matter anyway, it's not going that direction. Well, he doesn't want to bump into the 5. Well, he has bumped into it, but he's bumped into it half ball and he's sitting smelling the roses. Well, loads of English to divert it off the rail back to the right. Leave the little cut in the 7. So again, don't finish on top of the 8 ball. Loads of room in the right hand side, and that's perfect. And, well, I think he might have finished a bit straight. No, he's not. He's fine. He can pinch the angle and stun up. So, on Larry's break, he gets first blood. Oh, I think the 1 just dropped into the side. And the 2 ball will cut into the opposite side. Now, if he chips a bit of the 8 ball off this, it won't matter. He should certainly still be on the 3. He might catch some of it or just skim past it. He's overcut it though. Oh no, he hasn't. I thought it was going to catch the point there. Well, probably this would require a bit of the stun draw here to come back behind the 8 ball, or if he chickens out, he just rolls forward and leaves it long. Well, this will be dropped in dead weight, I would think, is it? Dead weight, just to finish here for that 5 ball into the side. Or he can go up table. Again, it's how comfortable you are with either shot. He's going up table, but it needs to go though. It needs to get there, and it has done. Well, this might have been the opposite for Chimpy here in this match, unlike the match you had with Semi-Pro, where Semi-Pro, I think you can count the amount of opportunities Semi-Pro had in one hand. Because if Larry gets himself out here, he's 2-0 up. Breaking for the 3rd. Chimpy might not get another shot. Well, he can push this into the side pocket and roll through it. Just in off the jaw and just roll through it. I'm going downhill fast. If anybody's still watching, I'm on my last legs. Well, this time Larry's come up dry. How does this look? What's the potential of getting on this 2 ball? Well, he has to miss a collision up here and come back up the table, doesn't he? That's basically what has to happen here. Is he digging in to run into the 4? Yep, that's what he tried. Well, he's got away with 1 there. Well, there's not an awful lot you can do, Slim, when your brain's telling you, or half of your brain is already asleep. The remaining half is just ticking the vitals over. That's basically what's happened here.
I mean, you've got to think about it. I've been up since 4 o'clock this morning. I mean, how many hours is that? Well, it's 8 hours to noon, isn't it? So, and then it's another 8 hours to 8 o'clock tonight. So that's 16 hours I've been up. I've been up 17 hours, 40 minutes out of the 24 hours. The remainder of the 24 hours is me trying to get whatever remaining hours sleep I can get before 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. My body's telling me that that's not the way to operate. I should have been in my bed about at least an hour ago. But the only reason I do it is because I've got the short shift on the Saturday morning. I'm only in from 6 o'clock to 10:15. And then I've got my big week shop to do tomorrow before I come home. So Chimpy obviously needs to take these out. But he only needs to take it out as far as the 7 ball. I'll tell you something, Cobra. You'll have more than the electric blanket on come next week. Have you seen the forecast? They're talking about blizzards up north of Scotland, and the cold weather's going to sweep through the country. So we'll be back to winter next week. Yes, you're correct, Chris, that Friday Night 9-ball's been on for about 20 years and more. It previously started in Virtual Pool 3, which used to be in GameSpy. I don't know whether you know what GameSpy is or what GameSpy was. It was a gaming service. And then it died, and that killed off Virtual Pool 3 as far as a multiplayer game. But Virtual Pool 4 was in development for a good number of years. So now Virtual Pool 4 has its own server. And if you watch any more of the streams, or you haven't seen any of them so far, we're streaming the Virtual 9-ball World Championship matches that are on. We've got matches on Sunday that I'm going to be covering, and you can watch them on my YouTube or Twitch channel. And we're more than likely going to be joined in the stream and commentary by Steve Chaplin, the developer of the game, of all the games for that matter in the Virtual Pool franchise that there has been. Meanwhile, Larry with a 2-1 lead, again with work to do, big work to do with this 3-ball to have a sight on the 4 here in the bottom end of the table. And he had to hit it with power to get the cue ball tracking back. And, well, the power of the shot and the weight of the shot when it hit the jaws was what kept that 3-ball out. Now, does Chimpy go for the thin cut, or does he go for the bank? Now, that 9-ball could well be impeding the cue ball if it's spinning. And he's managed to get it clean, and he's going to have a shot. He'll take care of the 4 and the 5, but how's he going? Yeah, I've just muted myself there while I was having a drink. I didn't want to hear you to hear me gargling my bottle of water. Oh, he tried. I'm not quite sure what he tried there. Was he trying to be really cute and play the 5 ball off the 6? Because you know, it was never going to work at that pace to get the cue ball back into play. And Larry's, well, I was going to say he's got an easy safety. Has he got enough of that 5 covered? I don't think he has. I don't think he has. What's Chimpy looking at? I mean, this will cut every day of the week. He's just got to chip the edge here. The 5's got to go in. Needs to get the 7 out of the way though. And that'll do. He's got enough of the 6 also. Well, that's a poor one from Larry. He had loads of room to get that cue ball up the table and take any line of sight out of that 5 ball. Big mistake from Larry there. I'll tell you something, Slim. I'll give you an example. London gets more snow than what we do in my part of the world. I don't mean London gets more snow than Scotland. I mean London gets more snow than where I live. Because if there's usually in winter time, any time there's an easterly wind, London will get it a lot sooner than the western part of Scotland. But whenever there's a north wind or a northeasterly wind, it's all the east coast of England and Scotland that usually get it in winter time, and more especially the north of Scotland, because they're just, you know, the next stop from the north of Scotland is the North Pole. So any northerly wind just throws the cold weather and the snow onto the north of Scotland, so they get heavier dumps of snow. Well, what we don't need in the UK in winter time is an easterly wind in the middle of the winter. If you've got an easterly wind, a big area of high pressure over Siberia, it's an anticyclone, so it's pumping and spinning cold air towards the west of Europe. And that's what happened when we had the beast from the east. And when you get that situation, it can just feed all the snow in off the North Sea. So it's a bit like the lake effect snow you get in Canada and the northern part of the United States. They get lake effect snow. No, I couldn't even tell you where Glen Rothes is. As the crow flies, I'm 16 miles southwest of Glasgow. So if you look at the map of Scotland and you look at Glasgow and you find the M77, you follow your way down. Well, Fife's in the east side. Glen Rothes is in the east side of Scotland. They get more snow than us in the winter time usually. Well, Larry, 2 racks apiece. Match is in the balance here. Shouldn't be a problem here. Just pot the 7 ball, let the cue ball come up table. I don't even think about it. Well, Larry's showing signs of wear and tear, I'm afraid. It's coming up in 3 hours. Well, Cumbernaulds north of Glasgow. I've been to Cumbernauld before, but I don't recall ever being through Glen Rothes. Maybe many years ago when I was a kid, on one of the day trip buses or whatever. Maybe we drove through Glen Rothes then, but I don't remember. I mean, the furthest north I've been in Scotland is on the east coast. The furthest north I've been is Aberdeen, On the west coast, the furthest north I've been is way up to Applecross, which took 4.5 hours to drive there. Oh, that's a depressing place, Cumbernauld. I've been to it more than once, and it was built back in the late 60s. As quite a few of the towns in and around Glasgow were at that time. They were shipping people out of the tenement buildings in Glasgow and putting them in all these new towns. Oh, they're depressing, grey places, so they are. I've been to St Andrews a good number of times at the Open Championships. I've been there a good few times. So, Larry, well, he blew it big time there. He had that rack at his mercy, but left himself that little testy one. And there's always those little signs of wear and tear setting in. I think Larry might not want to admit it, but time's catching up with him as it is with everybody. It's hard to keep your concentration going in this tournament each week. Well, if you're a golfer and you go to St Andrews, you've got the old course, the new course. I mean, the whole shoreline up down that east coast is all golf courses. Just across the bay, you've got what do you call it, Carnoustie, which I've been to. I think I've been to Carnoustie twice. I certainly was there when Payne Stewart was there in his last Open Championship before he got killed in the plane crash. I saw Payne Stewart. I was barely 5 feet away from Payne Stewart when he was playing a shot out the rough. He had on his usual. He usually wore the colours of one of the American football teams. He wore the +4s and the hat. So and I saw. I think I saw Tony Jacklin, and I think one of Tony Jacklin's last Opens was at Carnoustie. Yep. And I saw Lee Trevino's last Open Championship at St Andrews, which very quickly came to an end at the first hole. He went into the water. He went into the Swilcan Burn on the very first hole. And I saw Jack Nicklaus finishing his Open Championship as well, so I've got all those memories. Alright, we're all square. Final rack decider. Larry has his chance. Trump's golf course is right down the coast from me. I'm about 7 miles from the coast in Kilmarnock, but Trump's course is about, let me think, it's probably about 30 odd miles from me down the coast, down at Turnberry, which of course I've been to Turnberry 2 or 3 times as well. I was standing in the I was following, what do you call him, Tom Watson. That was where he had his last chance to actually win an Open Championship. He came ever so close to winning it as well. Oh, can Larry hold himself together here? Just got to focus. I think Larry was just looking around here to count how many balls there were still on the table. He was double checking where the 8 ball was.
Well, all you do is just cut the 8 and let the cue ball come up the table slightly. So Larry is going to get revenge, or at least a chance of it, against Spectre Dawn. Larry goes through on that final rack. Chimpy's in the money. He's come out with more money than he spent. And that's all that matters. So well done to Larry. And now the question is can he exact revenge on Spectre Dawn? So confirmation, or it will do once it updates. Larry is through. So we have a Friday night 9-ball final yet again, race to 9. We are 3 hours and 7 minutes into the evening. And we'll get ourselves in. I think the quicker we get in, the quicker we get this over, the quicker I get to bed. Larry practicing his lag. Well, that's the thing with the AI and the offline. They're either total numpties or they just don't miss anything. I mean, you play the AI at snooker. If it's a numpty you're playing and you get them hooked, then you just keep playing foul and miss, and they'll try the same shot about 6 times before they'll eventually hit it. You'd think Spectre Dawn would be eager to get this match over with. He's the one that said, like, what, 30 odd, 40 minutes to wait. And now Larry's raring to go in the final. Spectre Dawn's still not in the room. Well, here we go at last. Spectre Dawn on the right hand side. So again, it's a scratch match. Larry looks as if he's nailed it. And he has, but only just. 2 very good lags. But Larry breaking off. Well, welcome to Mooncake. You've arrived at the right time. We have the final. And it was Spectre Dawn that put Larry to the 1-loss side after the hot seat match. And Larry's just come through a match there with Chimpy to try and get his revenge. Well, how thin can Spectre Dawn get this 1 ball? Needs to be wafer thin. And that'll do it. That's very good. You've got to trust your eyes with that one. Larry's just trying to drop through off the 1, I think. Well, it doesn't look as if he is. It looks as if he's digging into the cue ball, trying to cut it. Well, that was... If that was an attempted cut in the 1, that was way too ambitious. I don't know whether he was trying to kick the 1 into the 3, but unless Larry tells us what he was trying to do there, we'll never know. Well, it's a big pocket up top where the 5 ball is. You think there's no way that Spectre Dawn can miss this 2 ball.
You know, you see, now he tried to be cute there. He knew the two went clean, but he tried to use the 5 ball to bring the 5 ball more into play and away from that 9 ball. And sometimes you're better taking what you've got rather than being maybe too cute about it. They might live to regret it. Well, the angle in the 4 looks perfect to me. Just pot the 4 and roll through, and don't bump behind the 9. Now he's got enough again, enough angle. Now this one he wants to be rolling through far enough. He doesn't want to leave himself one of those testy angles. And this is a bit better. And now, let me have a look. How would I play this looking at it? I would just come back up this side. I mean, you're not having to do anything fancy. Anything past the side pocket. Right, now they're underway. I'm just going to tab out to the main page in a second. 4 balls going in. Cue balls get bumped behind the 1, so Larry's got a shot. Just a second. I want to go, because I don't have my XSplit broadcaster up and running tonight, so what I need to do is, that's no right, hang on, 2023, I just want to go into the 9 ball world championship just to check see, we've now got 10 matches scheduled. We've got matches tomorrow. There's one at 2 PM with Billy Big Rigger and Chiku. I'll get that if they both appear, because they had problems getting their first match setting because Billy got his time wrong, because he was thinking the time wasn't corresponding to what he'd agreed. Then later on on Saturday we've got Semi-Pro and Rabbi at 6:30. Now that match and the match with Spudboy and Sargo, they both go ahead Saturday. I won't be doing any of them, but I will be doing the match with Chimpy and One Pocket Slim on Sunday afternoon at 5 PM. Then you've got Bankster and Azad at 6:30. If I can get some of that I will, but I've got to get my dinner. And then I've got to get prepared for Mr. Bill and Tommy on that one lost side at 8 PM on the Sunday night. And then we've got confirmation that the match between Cobra and Roisin or Rosin will go ahead on Monday at 10 AM. That's fine because I'm now on holiday as of Sunday. I finish on Sunday and then I'm back in a week's time, so I'll be there for that match. Then we have Albinario Bedhead on Monday at 7 PM. I'll be there for that. And we've also got LS3 Inspector Dawn on Wednesday at 8 PM next week. I'll be there for that one. And then finally you've got Pool Kabouter and Brainfill Out, which is at 10 PM on the Thursday of next week. Well, I'm not doing all of them. As I said earlier on, I've decided I'm doing matches that I think will be worth watching. With the greatest of respect out to some of the matches that are there, I don't think they're necessarily box office viewing. And meanwhile, Larry has broken run the second rack for a 2-0 lead. So this is a good start for him. It's just a question of whether you can keep it going till you can get to 9. there's always that little doubt, because of course Larry and Spectre Don have been at this for 3¼ hours now, with the half an hour and 40-minute waits that they've had in some cases for their next match. Well, as I said earlier also, you know, in times gone by I used to stream every match, but I got myself so frustrated watching some of these matches, you know, and then it more annoys me watching some of the guys and some of the daft things they're doing, and especially when you know what they should be doing more or less. And I thought, well, it's probably better to feature matches where you know that players of what keep, you know, the level that they play at and the quality that you would expect from them. Well, I think Larry's just trying to stay as focused as he can, because he does have the tendency to show that wee bit of wear and tear as it gets late on. I mean, it's not late for him, you know, it's still the middle of the afternoon for Larry, but it's still 3.5 hours or whatever, and we're not getting any younger. Well, Larry obviously couldn't get anywhere clean on that 8-ball. He's only got the option of a bank. He's not got a combo. I can't believe he's lining this up for a combo. He's got to reverse bank this 8-ball. Well, he's going for it, and he made a good effort of it, and all that hard work's come to nothing. I think, I mean, the problem with the bank was there was never any guaranteed of any shot to 9, but at least he would have still been at the table and been able to do something. Well, this is why, you know, this is one reason that Spectre Don's a strong favourite, because he doesn't show many signs of faltering in this tournament. And don't forget though, you know, he's had a good 40-minute break. As soon as he got to the final, he could have been away and watched the telly for half an hour, had a lie down, had a coffee. Just clips the 6, and already there's those little signs. But Larry's got the lead, 3-0 lead at the moment, and the table is not easy. Now, quick look at the 7. I don't think it goes, or does it? Not really. I'd need an awful lot of convincing that 7 goes, but it certainly goes from this side, goes into the side pocket, no problem. And where the 6-ball is not it's not much of a problem if you can get nicely on the 6. I mean, ideally you want to be somewhere like that in the 6, where you can pot the 6 and just roll through to the back end of the 7. And then you'd be a strong favourite to win this rack. So the shot to win the rack is from the 5 to the 6. It's how good he is in the 6. That'll make or break it. Well, where's this cue ball going? Well, there you go, Larry. So Larry's having a look at the 7. He now knows it goes, and he knows what he has to do. Must have the line in the 6 ball, and he doesn't want anything other than that angle there that I just pointed out earlier. That looks perfect to me. Well, maybe a bit more. He's going to have to tweak it with a bit of right English just to push it across and get it going that direction. That's, I think, nailed it pretty much. Now, does he want to just dink this in and brush through the 9 and roll up the table and get the 9 out of the way, or does he try to be really cute? And he's trying to be really cute, and he's got right on that 8. Oh dear. And it's those little misses that can cost dear. This is giving Spectre Dawn his chance to get 1 on the board, and more importantly get control of the table, get the break working. Well, what was going to be 4-0 is suddenly just 3-1. 2-rack swing straight away there. And that was one of those little cuts into the side that is always so easy, according to Steve. Well, Larry's been handed a gift of an opportunity. Scratch the break for Spectre Dawn. And again, he's just getting the pattern in his mind as to where he's going to go here. So he's rolling through in the 1 for the 2 into the left side. And probably, and I don't think he's gone far enough, so he may well have to go to the rail and out. No, he managed to be able to hold it, because I can't be bothered moving my camera around to see what sort of line he's got. Well, another bedhead cut. But Larry can restore that lead if he can get this and find his way back down onto the 7. Needs to miss the 9. Well, now it needs to keep rolling. And that'll do. Oh, Steve never played. The only time Steve does any playing a VP4 when he's testing something, he doesn't play the game at all. Oh, the yawning's definitely started big time. I am struggling here massively. Well, Steve's no different than any new player that comes to VP4. And that goes for somebody who's maybe played pool in real life or played other versions of virtual pool, maybe in the past. If you come to the game as a new player, the first thing you'll find out is it's a lot bloody tougher than what Virtual Pool 3 was. And a whole different physics setup. So Larry restores that 3-rack lead. Oh, and he's got a lucky roll there as well. Well, Spectre Dawn's kick Has it got the end result? Yes, it has. Is there enough room to get that cue ball in behind the 5 and back out far enough to cut that one? Nope, he didn't get past the 5. Well, the only worrying thing for Larry here is that Spectre Dawn's already had a go at trying to get his brake working and start running racks. It hasn't happened yet, but he's going to have a second go in a minute or two. And if that kicks in, Larry's lead could be very short-lived. And that's what happens. He had the wrong angle. I don't think he checked the cue ball at all. And he still left another bedhead cut. I always wonder what Spectre Dawn does for a living, because I don't think he's working. Unless he works from home and he has big lunch breaks. Because any time I'm on in the afternoon when I come in from work, Spectre Dawn's usually in. He's in one challenge room or another one. And the only way you can do that is if you ain't going out to a job each day. Well, that just tells you he's got a lot of hours to waste. And if you dedicate a lot of those hours to Virtual Pool 4, you're going to end up a pretty solid player. Well, push out played. Larry's looking at it, thinking about it, and thinking about giving it back to Spectre Dawn. But he's not. Oh, he's just feathered that one ball and no more. Aye, well, that's the thing, he might not need to work. Maybe he's been left a legacy by an uncle or somebody like that. Well, again, not the greatest of safety shots here, or, well, it wasn't so much a safety, he was just trying to get a hit on it too. But he wasn't very imaginative in trying to get the cue ball somewhere where it was going to be more awkward. And Larry has got himself off and running. Now, does he want to take his medicine and just leave the long 3? I think he should. I think he should just pot the 2 and dink out. No, he's running the cue ball. Needs to run past the 7. And he doesn't want to be straight. Well, he can put it into the far right side of the pocket and squeeze an angle out of that. He's got to get the cue ball running, and again the worrying thing is that 8 ball, it's in play. And he's going to be avoiding that. That was the only danger. Well, the other danger would have been going too far and going behind the 9, but in all honesty, it was the 8 ball that was a worry. Now, the 6 ball is the big problem. That is fairly tight to the rail. And Larry trying to get as deep as he can on this to straighten it up as much as possible. It's just holding the line. Well, nothing to do with the cue ball than just let it go to the rail and come back out a little bit. And, well, straight onto the short rail and back up into the middle of the table is the order of the day here. So Larry is defending his lead. He's going back to a 3-rack lead. The tournament is now 3.5 hours old. Oh, you're back just in time, semi-pro. Larry on the revenge mission. Couple of balls in the break, shot in the 2, 3 balls up table. 4 balls down the bottom of the table here. Well, that was well controlled. So easy to have overcooked that and ended up behind the 9 or the 5. Well, I think he can squeeze this cue ball into the rail and around and out, and that's exactly what he's done. So now the next objective is, well, does he want to thump this in and stun to the rail? I think it's far easier going forward and around the angles. He'd be unlucky to hook himself behind the 7. That's perfect. Well, I say perfect in the sense that he can see the 5 and pot it. What's not perfect is the wrong angle in the 5. He wants to get out of the way of this 9 ball. That's the hindrance. And that's what can ruin this shot. Can he come back off that and skim her? He might brush the 9 onto the 6. No, he's bumped it out of the way. That's excellent. The worry there is he might have just glanced the 9 and run it in front of the 6. Oh dear, again it's another one of those wear and tear shots from Larry. A bit tentative, and again just showing those little frailties. You know, he's on the brink of a 6-2 lead, and I'll tell you, you've all seen it before. If you don't nail Spectre Dawn when you've got him, you know, you've got him on the brink here in this rack. If you don't get it done and his break starts working, you're watching 3 or 4 racks drain away as quick as that. Well, I think yes, there's pressure there, but I just think it's the duration of the tournament that there's a bit of tiredness and loss of concentration creeping in. He's missing shots that he really wouldn't be thinking twice about most times. Just those errors creeping in. And again, what he didn't want was Spectre Dawn coming up with a break and a shot. The 7 ball's gone, he's on the 1, 2's there, 3's up top. 4 balls handy for the 5 ball. 6 balls not quite on the rail. There'll be a decent angle one way or another on the 6 ball to go over for the 8. So you have to think, well, this rack's over. And Larry just can't get away from him, really. So this is a bump into the 9. Oh, it looks as if he's going forward. The danger with that, well, at the moment the way he's queued, he doesn't want to brush the 9 and scratch. That was a dangerous shot there, because you never know how much of that 9 ball you're really going to take. He could have easily glanced off it and scratched. But the angle on the 4's fine now. Pot the 4, let the cue ball again just do its thing, go to the rail and come back across. So that'll take care of this issue down here. But the 6 ball to the 8 is the one that matters. Well, he's finished short on the inside rather than letting it run. But must have the angle on the 6. And that's certainly got the angle. Once again, with this type of shot, if you dig in and jab it in and come back towards where you are, you've just got to watch you don't get into it shallow enough that you get into the side pocket, and he's well away from it. And this is again perfect. You know, all you do is pot the 8. The cue ball will do the rest of the thing that you wanted to do, whether it to be finished short or come out onto the table. And suddenly it's back to 2. And all Larry can hope is that Spectre Dawn's break doesn't work. You see how that 3 ball just kicked the 1 ball back into play? That 1 ball was dead. But for the fact to get kicked by the 3 back up the table, it's wide open. He's in a ball in the break. The 4th ball's gone. And he's just going to spin up the inside there of that 2 ball, I think. He's got plenty of room to do that. He can just draw off the 1 up in the short side of the 2 back into the table, I think. Looks like it from the angle. Let's have a look around. Well, he's got more angle, I think. See, when you get behind it this way, it doesn't look quite as keen. Yep, he's done the right thing there, bumping it to come over. Because that was too much of an angle to draw off it. From behind it the other way, it looked as if he could do that. But when you get round to his angle and you're looking at it down his cue, it was never on. Well, that was well judged. I could again easily have went pear-shaped there, going behind the 6. So, Spectre Dawn's won the previous rack. He's broke off, got a ball, and more or less, bar for these last remaining balls, he's going to be back on level terms. And again, all from the miss by Larry. The mistake, the unforced error, it's cost him dear. He said, I mean, he could have been 5-1 up, I think. And it's all drifted away. That needs to keep going. He'll be quite happy to leave this on the high side and the right side. I think he just drop the 7 in. Because that's usually what he does. And you see, but again, when you get behind the cue and you look at the line, there's a lot more angle than he really would have liked there. So he's now going for the cut on the side. And that's catching the point. And Larry's been reprieved. The only question now is can he get himself out? I mean, you wouldn't think there'd be a problem. And there shouldn't be. Well, that's one that's got away for Spectre Dawn there. And that might be the motivation that Larry needs to get himself fired up again, as Stubb says. lead is 6 racks to 4. Well, again, a ball is gone. Oh, he's good in the 1. The 2's over the corner pocket, slightly guarded by the 8 ball, but he's got plenty of room to go on it. 3 ball down this long rail on the right. 4 ball in the open on the left side. 5 ball is handy. And I'm going to say it, Larry should be out, but there's always that little doubt. And this is the first test. This 3 ball is not easy. It looks easy. You've got to get it right flush, or you'll bump that rail and it will just bounce out, and it won't go in. Well, he's got it flush. Got the cue ball well up the table. Now again, quick look behind him. Well, this is just a straight draw off the 4 here. Stun draw again. Looks like plenty of power, but with the control of the cue tip, you get the stun draw to work. Now this is a wee bit trickier where the 9 ball is and where the 7 ball's going, and the cue ball wants to go here. And you just got to be careful, and he's got it spinning forward. And again, I think he's done his best to get him. No, he's fine. He can squeeze that with a wee bit of spin. Well, Larry's been a bit questionable with these angled pots tonight that we've seen, and this is another one. But he's got that clean this time. Restores the lead to 3. And successful on the break. Now that 1 ball, if it doesn't go to the rail, well, he's still got the thin cut. It's got to be a controlled thin cut though, because he wants to try and keep that cue ball up the top end of the table when it goes up there, to have a sight on the 2 ball. Well, he might get lucky here. Oh dear, look at this. Look at this. He has got extremely lucky. Absolutely nowhere near the 2 ball. And he's completely stuck it behind a 5. Is there a line to get to the 1? Yes, there is. Spectre Dawn didn't find it though. And, well, here's Larry's free go to get to the hill. 1 ball will give him. 2 ball will give him. 3 ball will give him. Now 4 ball, we won't quite give him that, because that's a little bit of a squeeze past that 5 ball. There's a little doubt there yet. Well, I bet if you asked Larry to play that shot again, he'd never do it in a month of Sundays. He's looking at this 4 ball, trying to convince himself it will get in clean, but I have my doubts. If it catches any of that 9 ball, it probably won't go in. Did I say the 9 ball? See, I don't even know what I'm talking about now at this time of night. My brain's working half measures here. I might have said 9 ball, but I'm referring to the 5 ball. I'm on shutdown mode. Well, he squeezed it in. He played it perfectly. It did catch the 5 ball, but it just caught it thin enough to guide it into the pocket. And he's got the nice little angle as well. Well, you can only lose it now, Larry, if you take these 3 out. Yeah, I did say the 9. See, see, the problem when you're in my state of mind at this time of night, your mouth's moving and you're speaking, but your brain's not listening to what you're saying, if you know what I mean. And in actual fact, I heard myself saying the 9 ball, but it only registered like 2 or 3 seconds after I said it. That's how tired I am. I reckon within about 5 minutes I will be gone as soon as my head hits the pillow. The 8 ball has gone in. I got that right. And he's not really got a great shot in the 1. 2 ball is tied away behind the 3. Well, I mean, there's not a great deal of value in potting the 1 ball. Probably far better trying to pick out a half-decent safety. And that might do. That might do. No, it won't. He hasn't got the cover. But Spectre Dawn's not got an awful lot of options available to him. He's got to just try and use that 4 ball as well. Now, the only thing that Larry has limiting him here is the amount of the 1 ball that he can take. But he has to try and maybe bank the 1 behind the 4 and duck behind the 2 and 3, and that looks not bad. Just a bit more running in it than it actually needed, but there's nothing on here for Spectre Dawn, at least it doesn't look like it. But again, not the best of safeties from Spectre Dawn. He's clipped the 9, it's kept the cue ball in play. There is a cut for Larry now. He might give this a bit of power here, because he might be trying to get the cue ball running and catch something of this 2 or 3 ball here. Now, to do that, he might need a wee bit of right on it. He's got a bit of right English on it. If he gets too much, he might come up and down and miss them altogether. Well, he's got the cut, he's got the combo on the 2 and the 3, and now he's got a problem. Well, he doesn't have his troubles to seek, Larry. Well, this is a very, very light feather drop into the side pocket, this 3 ball. He's got barely any of the pocket showing, and that was well done. And now he's got enough angle in the 4 to stay well out the way of this 6 and 7. I mean, in fact, he doesn't even need to, he can just go forward and come inside. That's the safest route to go. Now he can go to this short rail here in the bottom and just bump out to the right. Make sure he gets out far enough to the right. It's important that he gets far enough out, because that way, the more you open up the angle, the more likely you are to be doing what he's going to do. Drop it in and just go through for the 7 into this pocket, and he's laughing. That's how easy the game can be if you get yourself on the mark each time. And Larry is home and dry. He's managed to survive. There was just a threat he was going to fall apart at one stage, but he's kept it together and he's got revenge. So well done to Larry. It's a 9-4 win to Larry. Well done to Spectre Dawn to get to another final. And with that, folks, I'm not hanging around. Remember, as I say, I've got those matches over the weekend. Drop in and join us if you can. If you can't, whatever I do stream, excuse me, you'll find it on YouTube. And I will bid you all good night. Take care. I'm off to bed, chaps, and we'll see you again soon.